welcome everybody. We are going to talk about the necropoli, or cemeteries, of ancient Egypt. And since these are not exactly cities, they got cut from the Cities of Ancient Egypt lecture series, but it's very similar. And y'all got to vote. You got to bump the old July lecture to do this one instead. So if this is a long lecture, I blame you guys, because I knew these were going to be longer. I mainly wanted to talk about the necropoli in ancient Egypt so that you all can recognize the names that are associated with these necropoli and how they are different than the cities, both the ancient cities and even the modern cities. So most of these necropoli do not get their own name. They don't get their ancient Egyptian name. They often are going to have the same name as the nearby village or the nearby city. Anywhere closest to that necropoli will usually have a similar name to it. And because some of these sites are sites that people do visit in Egypt today, the names are also typically Arabic names and not ancient Egyptian, not associated with that at all. And so I want you guys to be able to recognize these names, that if you hear it in Egypt news, if you see something that is talking about Dra Abu El Naga, you will be able to say, oh, I know where Dra Abu El Naga is. I know what time period those burials date to. I know some of the examples of those burials. When that is a word that you might not typically hear when you just hear, oh, it's in the Theban necropolis. And I'm obviously not going to be able to hit on every single necropoli because even obviously every minor city in ancient Egypt is going to have a cemetery. I'm really only going to first focus on the ones that you can visit today. And then we're going to have some honorable mentions, which are cemeteries that have really great, amazing tombs and monuments, but are not accessible to the public as well. So let us get started. Oh wait, sorry, 1 second. This is something I also need to figure out how to change in that. I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait a second. There we go. I was like, wait a second. Okay. Now you can see everything. All right. So just to get us all on the same page, what is a necropoli? That's essentially, this is a cemetery, although the word necropoli will technically usually get added to very elaborate cemeteries that usually have very elaborate tomb monuments. So like if you have a cemetery that just has little tombstones or just has small like tombstones that are set into the ground, they will not call it a necropoli. The word typically gets really associated with like these quote unquote, it literally means cities of the dead. It is these places where you can sort of wander around and you have these so-called streets as you kind of look through all of the larger, more elaborate tomb monuments. And these are also usually very separate from a city, as opposed to a cemetery that's like located right in the center of a city or a very urban environment. And most of the time, necropoli really is only focusing on ancient cemeteries. It has been sort of a term that's been revived and is used for these planned city cemeteries. And again, a lot of above ground monuments, these big elaborate monuments. Think of modern places like the New Orleans cemeteries where everybody is buried in these above ground mausoleums. Think of ones with big obelisks on top of it. Those sometimes get referred to as necropoli. As I said, the word necropoli comes from ancient Greek and it literally means city of the dead. It is that aspect of walking through a city of the dead above ground rather than sort of below ground. Hi Leo, welcome on in. We just got started, so we haven't even talked about our first one yet. But the first thing that we are going to start about talking is the major necropoli of Egypt. These are the ones that you are going to instantly recognize by either the name or the monuments that are featured inside these necropoli. And all of the ones that I'm going to talk about today are the ones that you can visit, though there is not always the chance that you can visit every single tomb, or some tombs might be closed within that necropoli. But everyone in this first section that we're going to talk about is accessible to the public in a couple different ways, and you'll recognize a lot of them. There are a few that you might not recognize because they're in cities that are not the typical tourist track. So we will go through a lot of the different ones of the ones that you guys will definitely recognize, and then some you will probably not at all. and honestly that I didn't even know about some of them. Like I was with our Cities of Ancient Egypt series, I was actually going through a list that the Egyptian government tourism website provides for ticket sales to see which one of these were open to the public, and that was something that I wanted to make sure that I tried to cover all of these ones that are a little like, oh wait a second, those are open to the public, I didn't realize that. As we go through these, I want to talk a lot about the names of the necropoli. You're going to see almost all of these don't have an ancient Egyptian name because they're going to just be recognized by the city that's nearby. And more often than not, nowadays it has an Arabic name, which I want you guys to recognize. And then when we go through each necropoli, the other thing I want you guys to focus on is when the burials date to and what are the major monuments that are mentioned in this locations. And then again, we'll talk about what you can visit at the site and what you can see within it when we're talking about these major ones. And they do change. Things do change and open and suddenly open up and close down. So I will try to mention those. It's not going to be the perfect list, but it's going to be as best as we're going to get. So let's get started with the obvious first one. We're going to get started with Giza. So Giza, there is no ancient Egyptian name for the city, for this necropolis, because for the most part, a lot of necropoli, especially ones that have pyramids, are going to be known by the name of the pyramid. Like, that's how the entire area or complex is going to be known as, is whatever they called the pyramid. Because most pyramids, if you didn't know, have names. I don't know a lot of them off the top of my head, but they do have names. There is some evidence that this site may have been called Typersis, which was said to have meant Persians of or from Babylon, but I have found very little evidence supporting this, and this might be a very, very later version about why they called it, because even Typersis sounds like a Greek name. It does not sound like an Egyptian name. Giza itself is closest. The two closest cities that it is probably supplying as the cemetery are going to be Heliopolis, slightly to the north in kind of a northern neighborhood of Cairo, and then Memphis to the south of it. In Arabic, its name is Giza. It could come from a lot of different words. Gissa in Arabic means side, but it also could be from the Persian Dez, meaning castle. And then there is also an ancient Egyptian phrase, Ar Gesher, meaning the side of the pyramid, which might be where also the Arabic name Gissa, again, something close. Yeah, it's not Babylonian, so it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it also could be from different people at later points talking about it. But yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but that is apparently a name that I found somewhere on the internet. So when do these burials date to? So the Giza Plateau is filled with tombs along with three major pyramids for Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure, going from biggest to smallest. Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure. Hi Nerdino, welcome on in. We are talking about the necropoli of ancient Egypt, and we just got it started with Giza. Feel free to lurk and listen, and pull out any questions you got. So we got Khufu, Khafre, Menkaure, but then we got tons and tons of other burials around these pyramids. So potentially at this site there is a older site. It dates to something called the Mahdi culture, which I would love to do a little bit more research on, and that would date around 3800 to 3400 BCE. But otherwise, almost all the burials date to the Old Kingdom, around the rules of these three pharaohs, though I do know that there are some random mastaba tombs that date to later New Kingdom, and then it jumps all the way to the end into the late period during the Saite period. There are some Saite, which are Persian burials, or Persian era burials in this area as well. Now, although they are not perfectly preserved, each pyramid does have this complex that is almost universal to all pyramids that we're going to talk about today. So I'm going to mention it now, but I'm not going to repeat it when we talk about the other sites. So, for example, if we look here at our Pyramid of Khafre, you are going to have the pyramid itself, which is both a tomb and a representation of the pharaoh's power. Attached to it, you are going to have a funeral temple, either attached to it or just right out in front of it. That is going to be the second purpose for a pyramid. It's going to be the main cult center for the cult of the dead king, because he dies, he becomes a god, he gets his own pyramid for his physical tomb, but he also gets a temple to worship him afterwards. Then you're going to have a causeway, which is usually a covered walkway that stretches straight from the pyramid temple all the way down to the valley temple. So as you see here, when you look at Khufu's, you can see a small funerary temple and you can see a causeway, but then it just kind of ends. Both the funeral temple, the causeway, and the valley temple of Khufu's pyramid are not preserved at all. The funeral temple of Khafre is okay. The funeral temple of Menkaure is better. And the causeway is okay, and the valley temple has been excavated but is not accessible. Osiyo Yona, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. We are doing a lecture today, so sit back and enjoy. The causeway of Khafre and the valley temple of Khafre are in really good condition, and these ones you can still, granted the causeway is not covered anymore, but the base of it is pretty intact. Then again, you have this valley temple, and as you can see kind of in this reconstruction, the valley temples are what's going to be connected to a man-made harbor or a canal that would then connect to the Nile River Valley, which allows a delivery of goods and people to these temples. The last features of most pyramid complexes are going to be subsidiary pyramids. Sometimes they are also called queen's pyramids because they're usually made for the queens of the pharaoh, could also be made for other family members. So you can see Menkaure has 3 pyramids for queens, Khafre's got 1 subsidiary pyramid, and then Khufu has 3 over here as well. 1 is definitely, I think, for a queen, but then we also have Queen Hetepheres and Melissain's. They have mastabas instead of subsidiary pyramids. Yes, so there is a festival in ancient Egyptian culture that was about celebrating ancestors. It's sort of similar to like Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos, like celebration of the dead ancestors. So that would be a time where everyone, this is not just the king and his family, but everybody would go to the places of their family members and give offerings to them. But the big thing is that, like, most of the, especially when it comes to the pharaohs, most of this is about celebrating him as a god after death, like the physical temples and such. I mean, they definitely celebrated life, but the other thing is that they don't see death the way that we see death. Their afterlife is exactly like the real world, but in a land with the gods where everything is plentiful. And so they don't see death as an end. They see death as a continuation of their life. And so it's not the same thing as sort of our concept. And honestly, our concept is like a Western concept of death. Like it changes depending on what culture you're in vastly. So yeah, so that is what is always in the basis of a pyramid. So you always have the pyramid temple, the causeway, the valley temple, and then subsidiary pyramids. There are 5 parts that make up almost every pyramid complex that was made in ancient Egypt has all of those factors. The only one that really counteracts that is Djoser's pyramid, which we'll talk about when we look at Saqqara. So again, a lot of this is not really well preserved, as literally Giza comes up right to the edge of all of this, and you can see on this thing we have a modern cemetery coming up right to this part. So Khufu's pyramid only really has the pyramid and the subsidiary pyramids. Khafre has a decent temple, causeway and valley temple. And the funny thing about the valley temple is that there's also a temple to the Sphinx, which was added at a later point. And so if you want to go into to see the Sphinx today, you actually have to walk through the valley temple of Khafre to go and see it. Good job, Pumpkin Cat. I'm proud of you. Um, and then Menkare's funeral temple is actually in really good condition. It's really cool to walk through. His valley temple is in decent condition, but it's buried. It's kind of continuously been buried and re-excavated kind of over time because it's in this sort of lowish point. There's kind of like, it kind of goes down elevation wise, but it's in decent condition. It's where they found all of the Menkare triad statues that are really famous. They found in that valley temple. So most pyramids based in the Old Kingdom or the Middle Kingdom are going to be surrounded by what we call mastaba tombs. This is a picture of a mastaba tomb. This is, where is this? This is the West Pyramid Valley, a West Cemetery of Giza. So I think this picture is taken from, not on top, it's pretty much on top of Khafre's or Khufu's pyramid looking over. So mastabas are these bench-like, mastaba means bench in Arabic, and it is a bench-like structure that is typically just stone. Like, there's not much to it, but it will sometimes have a small little chapel room, and then it will have a shaft that will go down to where the burial chamber is. And these are really typical at Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom sites. They kind of disappear after the Middle Kingdom, and they range in size. There are also some technically from the pre-dynastic period that are massive because they were made for the pharaohs, and we'll talk about those in a bit as well. And then many of these are typically for relatives of the pharaoh, high officials associated with the pharaoh, etc., etc. The bigger the one, the more than likely it's a direct family member. And of course, we have to talk about the Sphinx, which is its own unique statue that dates to the Old Kingdom, more than likely during the reign of Khafre, so the person who built the middle pyramid, but possibly was carved during the reign of Khufu. And as we talked about this before, it is carved out of a natural rock formation called a yardang, which is formed via wind and sand erosion over time. It does kind of look like a neck that is sticking out of the sand. And may have inspired the Egyptians to carve it into the human head and then add portions to make it into a sphinx shape. Obviously, a lot of theories about the Sphinx being a lion or Anubis first. There's not a lot of evidence to fully back those options up, and I think most people really only assume that because they think that the head is out of proportion to the body, and so that it must have been something else, when there are other explanations for why they would do something out of proportion, and that is highly, highly likely because they may have found an impurity or a imperfection in the stone that they could not make it bigger or make it into the proportion of the body. Or they just did it because they wanted it to be like that. Like, literally, nobody ever thinks that's an option, but it is literally an option. The uraeus is... I do think they have the beard, a portion of the beard I think is preserved. I think a portion of it is at the British Museum, but I also think there's a portion at the the Egyptian Museum. I don't know if we have the uraeus, but I could be wrong about that. That is just, I don't remember. Yeah, so although the city of Memphis and Heliopolis are really not as important during the New Kingdom, we do see interactions in the New Kingdom with this site. They are just, though, mainly temples. They're not tombs. So the Sphinx Temple was built in the New Kingdom. The Great Sphinx was uncovered from the sand, and they added the Dream Stela. And then there's also even a monumental stairway that is right in front of the Sphinx that was built during the Roman period. So there's even evidence of Greco-Roman monuments, just not graves in this area. No, so based on imagery, it is one of the big rumors, but based on imagery and people who have drawn the Sphinx when they saw it, and we have them dated, it occurred before Napoleon. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but there are two main theories that it was more due to iconoclasm, in that we also do see there are two sort of chisel marks, one at the top of the nose and one at the bottom of the nose. that more than likely it was Egyptians who did not like that other Egyptians were potentially worshiping the Sphinx as its own god. And so they purposely defaced it. But yeah, it's either that Napoleon shot it off or Napoleon's soldiers shot it off. But when you look at the dates of images with it without its nose, they date prior to the Napoleonic campaign in 1799. Yeah. The Wikipedia for the Sphinx's and the Sphinx's nose is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty decent, and it tells you a little bit about all the different theories and why. Yeah, the Sphinx only has a tail on its... It has its tail is on this side, on its right side. Yeah, its tail only curves around one of the sides of it. So the big question, can you visit Giza? Absolutely. Millions of people do every single year. Usually there is only one pyramid open. It's usually always Khufu's, but Menkare's pyramid is sometimes open. I believe Khufu's and Menkare's are open at the moment. And there are also, I will caveat this with, some of the sites that I will tell you are closed are accessible on private tours because those private tours get special permits to go to those sites. So I am saying what is perfectly accessible for anybody to just walk on up and go and see. I would say no, because Egypt doesn't have a very prominent slave trade, and the timeline of Greece and Egypt don't really, I mean, they do line up, but they don't really line up. I have to do more research on Egyptian enslavement, but there's not a lot of evidence for it in comparison to other ancient cultures. But I would not say that it did. I would say Egypt was always trading with really far regions, trading with Mesopotamia and such, even before Greece was Greece. Oh, you got to see the boat museum. Yeah, so the crazy thing is that the boat museum doesn't exist anymore. So they tore down the boat museum and they moved the Khufu boat to the Grand Egyptian Museum. So I have not seen the boat, but they also have a second boat of Khufu that they are currently actively rebuilding in the museum for the guests to see. So they are going to have, so now essentially one portion of the Grand Egyptian Museum is specifically called the Khufu Boat Museum. And they have the one that was already on display in that boat museum that was on the Giza Plateau. And now they're actively building a second boat, which is super cool. But yeah, I was kind of bummed that they had demolished it by the time I was there because I actually kind of really wanted to see the boat, but I knew I had to wait. So I will get to see it in February. Very exciting. But yeah, I forgot that they used to have the boat museum. It's just sort of sat right over here. It is a very, very cool boat for sure. To my knowledge, at this moment, only one mastaba tomb is open, and that's going to be the tomb of Queen MelissainDeNile, which is over here in the Eastern Cemetery. Oh, excuse me, guys. Sorry, my throat is so dry. I think it's because we have wildfire smoke. So, we have wildfire smoke when we're down here, so the air quality is crap. And so my throat is very dry today. Alright, I'm just gonna have to keep drinking. So, yeah, so to my knowledge, the only mastaba that is open to the public normally is the mastaba tomb of Queen MelissainDeNile III, and it's only accessible if you have an extra ticket to go and see it. As well as if you want to go inside the Pyramid of Khufu, you also need an extra ticket. And then you can also go into the Valley Temple of Khafre and the Sphinx. Almost all of this is kind of, you can explore on your own. Like really, me and my dad, we walked through all of this Eastern Cemetery area without anybody bothering us. I actually really wanted to walk through the Western Cemetery, but that one I was a little unsure about. But me and my dad, we walked up this way and then over to the pyramid, and then we went over to the Queens, and then we sort of cut straight through and walked all the way back to the causeway. So we were kind of able to walk sort of wherever we wanted, which was really cool. I was gonna say, I know, Canada, I'm so sorry. All the stuff that you're getting, it's like so bad. There is also another location that you can go to only really with specialty tours, which is the Osiris Shaft. So the Osiris Shaft is somewhere along here underneath the causeway, and essentially is a tomb that was built underneath the causeway as a replica of the tomb of Osiris. And it was only discovered in the 90s when local workers of the Giza Plateau were saying that they had their own private swimming pool, and it was excavated, and they found like this huge flooded tomb, which is crazy. And there are specialty tours that I have seen that you can buy special tickets from people who get permits to go inside of it and to go and see it. I think a lot of people are adding a lot more mystery than there actually is to this place, but I think it's still pretty cool. And then, oh, I already covered all this. Wow, I'm just like I haven't read this script in a while because I actually finished this like last month, but I forgot. I'm going ahead of myself. Well, Giza's all done. Any questions about Giza? And as always, you can do the lecture questions if you want, but I think we are all chill with asking the questions in the chat. Otherwise, we'll be moving on to Saqqara. So a lot of the ones we're going to cover first are the ones that are going to be closest to Heliopolis and Memphis. And so there's quite a few necropoli that are all really close to these areas. This is by far the closest one. This is very, very close to the ancient city of Memphis, which for the longest time was a capital city in the Old Kingdom and in the Middle Kingdoms. The necropolis of Saqqara does not have an ancient name, and again, because a lot of them the pyramids themselves have specific names, and that is why they are, that is what those areas are talked about, or how those areas are talked about is by the specific name of the pyramid. In Arabic, it is called Saqqara. This might be named after the local Berber tribe. It also might be called Ard As Sadr, which is the land of the buckthorn. Is another aspect. So the burials, this is a wide range, as you see from the list. So this is probably the most continuously used necropoli in all of ancient Egyptian history. So there are burials of nobles in the first dynasty. There are royal burials from the second and third dynasty, which includes the Great Pyramid of Djoser. And like I mentioned with the pyramids of Giza, most pyramids have those 5 components. I'm not going to repeat them, but Djoser has much more components. Oh, I literally put a link to a photo that I did not include in this presentation. What photo is this? Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so just so y'all can see this. So since the Step Pyramid Djoser is the largest pyramid, or sorry, the earliest pyramid of ancient Egypt, Djoser got to make up whatever he wanted to do. So he didn't have to follow what was later, a later pyramid, of the later components of pyramids. He got to make his own design up. So in the center, number 1, we have, let me zoom in on this so that you can see this better. So number 1 is going to be his step pyramid. We have a small mortuary temple, which is number 8 on this map. The entire thing is surrounded by a really large enclosure wall that has a lot of the pyramids had enclosure walls. This one has a very specific design that has this, we call it a palace facade design. The main entrance of this is number 10, and this is still how you actually enter the complex. The walls are okay, but it's a really big, a really beautiful pillared hallway. They've done a little restoration to sort of show you what it might be at the very top. Oh yes, thank you, Son of Sobek. We won't be talking about Crocodiliopolis today, but we will be talking about some of the two necropoli that are kind of close to it. But yeah, we did talk about Crocodiliopolis in our previous lectures on the cities of ancient Egypt. Absolutely. No, his step pyramid is not, because his real pyramid went out to milk. No, so Nubian pyramids date completely after the Pyramid Age of Egypt. All Nubian pyramids are inspired by Egyptian pyramids. If I remember correctly, Nubian pyramids date to like the late period. So like at least 24th, 25th, 26th dynasties around that. I'm not an expert on it, but yeah. No, pyramids in Egypt are first. Nubian pyramids are absolutely inspired by that. Yeah, so you got the massive colonnaded entrance coming in here at number 10. And then this complex is massive and it just has so many other buildings within it. So, numbers, all of these here, like these little squares here in between 4 and 3, those are all separate temples. 6, 7 are all the different different temples, and they're really weird. They're sort of false temples. They have like very little space inside. They're just like very tiny rooms, which is interesting. One of the notable areas, there's also 15 is another temple over here as well. The big things that you got to know about are going to be his Hebsed court, which is number 3. If you have not heard of the word Hebsed court, or Hebsed, the Hebsed is a ceremony that a pharaoh would celebrate when he reached 30 years on the throne, and it's depicted a ton in Djoser's pyramid complex. Usually the ceremony is depicted as like sort of trying to prove the health and vitality of the pharaoh, and they literally, I don't know if they literally did this, but at least in their depictions, he would run laps, which is really funny. And there's a specific length of the laps you're supposed to run, and that is this Hebsed court. This Hebsed court here has all of these. Yes, technically. Although technically when you go, like, it's a technicality if you're like saying it's inside the pyramids or it's not inside. Like the imagery that is in Djoser's pyramid is in the tunnels underneath the pyramid, which are not, I don't know if I think they're connected to the pyramid. They're all in these tunnels that are underneath here. But there's very little depiction on these walls anywhere here. They're very simple. And really by like depiction, there's a picture of him running, and that's kind of it. Yeah, I think it technically is within his complex, but the other thing is that there's not much before him. There's not even much big monuments like this preserved before him and such. Hi, Digital Seahorse, welcome in. Yeah, he's running laps. That's literally what his image is. His image is literally like him doing the running man. It's pretty funny. It's very elaborate. It has a lot of extra stuff over here. Number 8 is, did I not write about number 8? Number 8's very important, but I apparently did not write about it. Number 8 is where there is a statue of Djoser that is through this wall that has these 2 holes that you would look into, and you would see his statue. The real statue is in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. There's a replica now at the site, but you can go and look inside, and it's meant to sort of as a place to have a conversation potentially too with the cult of the dead king, as always. All right, back to the actual presentation, because there we go. Nope. Go back. I'm spoiling everything. There we go. Otherwise, that's a great question. Do we only have one statue of Djoser? I mean, there's one statue that I know of. I feel like there's at least another one, but I'm not honestly sure. That's a great question, Uni Booney. I know of the one that is in that area, which I'm blanking on what it's called. It's called the... Oh, it's got a special name, and I just always forget what the name of the chamber is. Surdab. It's the Surdab chamber. Hi, Dr. Harm, welcome on in. So like we have his Serdab statue. I feel like there might be another one, but that's a very good point. I don't know if we do. We have other imagery of him because we have 2D imagery of him. Statues though? Not sure. I'm glad you're here, Dr. Harm. We are talking about the cemeteries of ancient Egypt, and we are talking about Saqqara right now. Besides Djoser, and as you see from this image, I mean, there's just tons and tons of stuff around this. This is also the site of the royal pyramids, pyramid burials of the 5th and 6th dynasties. So this includes Userkaf, Djedkare, Isi, Menka Uhor, Unas, Tedi, Pepi I, Menenre, and Pepi II. So quite a lot of things going on in Saqqara. This also includes countless mastabas and tombs of officials, relatives of the pharaohs of those times. Only a few of them that I will mention are my favorites, which are the mastaba of Mereruka and mastaba of Kagemi. There is also the Khnum Hotep and Nyankhnum, otherwise known as the Tomb of the Two Brothers that are not brothers. The Tomb of Ti is another one that's up here. There are some burials in the intermediate periods and in the Middle Kingdom, with one pyramid of the 8th dynasty pharaoh and one of a 13th dynasty pharaoh. But then the site then becomes so much more popular in the New Kingdom, as you see these tombs sort of in here in the south of the area. And you have tombs of New Kingdom officials, even one of Hormheb. So this is before he becomes pharaoh, he starts building his tomb in this area. And there's also probably my other favorite, which I would love to go in and see. I don't know if you can see it, but there is the tomb for the wet nurse of Tutankhamun, a woman named Maya, which is really cool. Oh, I'm so glad, Dr. Harm. I love them so much. It has been a joy to be a guest on her podcast, because it always cracks me up how like I literally thought I would be on one podcast, and then I realized that I'm literally on at least for the first 2 seasons, I think I'm on every single episode. And so it always cracks me up, but I love them. And Barbara Mertz is a huge like inspiration for me, even though I've jokingly still not read any of the Amelia Peabody series, but it's so fun chatting with her. I don't know if I will be on any next seasons. I am on so many podcasts. I've been on, I think, 4 podcasts. They're all in the link in my card. I don't know if I have that. Do I have that link here? No, I don't think I do. What is that link? They're all in my, wait, give me a second. They're in my Discord, but I'll grab the link. So if I am on a podcast, I have put it here. I need to make that a, actually, I'll show you it. So if I'm on a podcast, Another Shirt Ruined is the podcast that I'm on pretty often. It's based on a book series called the Amelia Peabody series, which takes place in late 1800s, early 1900s as an archaeologist. And so I'm on there as an Egypt expert. And then I've also had a podcast with Say It With History. And then I haven't added it there, but I was also on another recent one. And I think I put that in, on the Discord. Yeah, I was just on a recent one that I recorded in like January, and it just got posted last month. I feel like I posted that somewhere in the announcements page on Discord. I can't remember, but no, I've been a guest on a couple different podcasts. Get invited places. But yeah, Another Shirt Ruined, I've been on almost every episode because we record and the whole thing. But it's a really cool book series written by an Egyptologist and author, Barbara Mertz. Okay, but I'm really glad you enjoy it. So yeah, Tomb of Ti, Ti, Sparky. Unfortunately, there are 2 different tombs of a person named T-I-T-T, and there's this one, and then there's also one that is not preserved, and all of the images are in different museums, and I, like, literally, like, have tried to do so much research about it, and there's so little about it, and it's very annoying. But this one, the Mastaba of T here in Saqqara, I think that actually is accessible to the public, if I remember correctly. There also are some tombs dating to the late period. We also have the Serapeum, which is dates to the Ptolemaic period. It is the place where the royal Apis bulls were buried. There's also something called the Philosopher's Circle that also dates to the Ptolemaic period and is all these Greek statues. Yes, it is finished. It is officially opened. It opened probably coming up on a year ago, I think. Yeah, but it is brand spanking open. And yeah, everything is open within it, because it was open technically almost 3 years ago when I was there, but only certain portions of it were open. So, can you visit? Yes, you absolutely can visit Saqqara. I went to Saqqara twice when I was in Egypt, so honestly, I recommend this more than Giza. I do. I think this site is way more interesting than Giza. So you can go underneath the for a separate ticket. There's a lot of separate tickets for this. Just get the big ticket. That's the easiest thing. And the what's it called? You can go underneath the Pyramid of Djoser. You can go inside many mastabas. I think there's maybe 5 or 6 mastabas that are open for you. You can also go inside the Pyramid of Teti and Unis. You can wander around the entire complex, and then you up here you can go inside the Serapeum. I believe you can go to the Mastaba of T. They have been doing, I've heard, renovations on the tunnels underneath the entire complex, but I don't think they're open to the public. I think you might be able to go if you get a special permit with your tour group. And I do think some of the New Kingdom tombs are open, but when I tried to go, they were doing an excavation, and I got really self-conscious that I wasn't sure where. It was very much like I couldn't tell where we were allowed to go and where we weren't allowed to go, because it was very similar to Giza, where you could kind of wander anywhere, and it made me really nervous when I saw an active excavation going on, and so I was like, no, let's not. But I do think you can go into the Tomb of Horemheb. You might be able to go in the Tomb of Maya. And I also forgot to mention, there's a museum here. There's the Imhotep Museum, which is just down kind of underneath the valley of this. And it has really, really cool objects that you can go and see that were found here in Saqqara, actually within like recent years. All right, I know we're going to have an ad in just a second, but this is perfectly timed. Ask your questions. If you have any questions. I'm going to chug water while I do this. Okay. I need more water, for sure. We'll answer that when I'm not in an ad. Drinking beer, I'm drinking water. No, absolutely. I will absolutely answer that. Still got 2 minutes of ads. Checking my email. Okay. This is gonna be a long lecture. I can already feel it. Is it raining? No, not yet. Fan. Pillow. You found one more Unibuni of an unfinished statue of him. Yeah, it's definitely weird when we only have so little statues of people, but I feel like it's honestly, like, you can blame preservation, you can blame people changing things and moving things, like, and destroying things on purpose, but, like, the more obvious answer is that they were focusing on other things and they didn't want those. They didn't need the statues or anything else like that. Same thing with Khufu. Khufu has, like, so little statues. And even Khafre, we have barely any statues. And Menkaure, we have his triads, but that's, I'm pretty sure, kind of it. And so it's those early pharaohs were not really focused on iconography of themselves. And I think that's just something that, like, we gotta kind of accept. Yeah, and that is a very good point as well, is that a lot of the stuff is incomplete because they died so young. Answering Pumpkin Cat's question, Pumpkin the cat, excuse me. I got into Egyptology when I was a really little kid. I have just always been so interested in a culture that was so different from me. I was raised Catholic, so I also watched a lot of Prince of Egypt and Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, in which, the more I think about my childhood, I never saw them as the villain. I always thought they were more interesting than the Israelites. And I did archaeology in college, and I liked the physical objects versus learning about history and stuff like that. And, like, I didn't really want to just learn the history. I wanted to touch the physical objects. And so when it then came to, oh, you can specialize in a time period, I was like, wait, of course. Why would I do anything else? Yes, there are some notions of ancient Egyptians considering statues to have soul. So, like, a statue of a god in a temple would house the soul of that god. I don't think it, like, not to be a stand-in for a pharaoh, but, like, a statue of the pharaoh after his death might also be a place for that his soul to be. And that actually that's not just pharaohs, because that's also, you get specific Serdab statues in the Old Kingdom. No. This is more about after they're dead. This does not really have to do with when they're alive. It's more, the statues are having to do with spiritual. I don't think we have any evidence that they did anything when they were alive. All right, let's talk about Dashur. Dashur is also one of my favorite sites. So this is just south of Saqqara, and this is called Dashur, and it has, feel free to ask them, Pumpkin Cat, and I will answer them as we go through. But yes, we are a lecture, so, like, if the questions are about this, that's great, but feel free. We have time. We lecture for hours, so I have time, absolutely. But I might just, like, let my train of thought finish, and then I'll answer the question. As you will find as we go to many of our discussions are completely derailed by things all the time. So it is not, I am used to it at this point. So there is no ancient name for this site. It's also very close to the ancient city of Memphis. It may have just been associated with that, or again, named by the specific pyramids that are located here. In comparison to Saqqara, this is very sparse. There's not a lot of extra small monuments. Mostly there is just these larger pyramid complexes. And then Dashur itself comes from the name of the nearby village, which is Mashiat Dashur. So this is, again, almost purely a pyramid field, and it is has not nearly as many as Giza or Saqqara. It is mainly known for these 5 pyramid complex, many of which are in pretty good condition today, and this mainly dates to the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom, but very select time periods within the Old and Middle Kingdom, because at this point, the pharaohs are jumping in between Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur. No, not named after Dashur. Can you imagine a reindeer in ancient Egypt? So the oldest complex in Dashur is going to be the Bent Pyramid, which you can see here from its bent appearance. And this is going to be built by Pharaoh Seneferu, the first pharaoh of the 4th dynasty. And this means that this dates in between the Pyramid of Djoser and the Pyramids of Giza. It was supposed to be a smooth-sided pyramid, and somebody messed up the measurements and messed up the angle, and so halfway through they had to redirect the angle because they realized it would be too tall. And as you know, Pharaoh Seneferu built possibly 4, more than likely 3 pyramids. This was the second one, or the second or third one he built. We think that he may have built one called the Pyramid of Celia, which I'm not going to have time to talk about today, but it also could have been built by somebody else and finished by Seneferu. So this is either the second or the third pyramid he built. And then after they realize this mistake, they go over so close, which is why I love this image. So bent pyramids here in the back. This is the red pyramid. So this is the red pyramid. It has the exact same angle that the top of the bent pyramid have. So they sort of have, again, figured out the correct angle to get the first smooth-sided pyramid in Egypt ever. So the red pyramid here is that perfect pyramid. And obviously they are so close together. When you're standing at the top, or not at the top, but at the entrance of the bent pyramid internal chamber, you can see the red pyramid. Like even if you're on the ground, you can see them. They are so close together. And again, he also built the Meidum pyramid, which we will also talk about later. And that was the first or second one he built. So the red pyramid is the first smooth-sided pyramid, and that is also probably where Seneferu was finally buried versus all these other pyramids. And these also have the same components of these pyramids of Giza. They have the pyramid temple, they have the causeway, they have the valley temple, they have the subsidiary pyramids, they have enclosure walls. Almost all of them are in really bad condition. Like you can see sort of the line where we know the causeways and the valley temples were, but they are almost completely not preserved at all. Truly the only one is, like, technically, yes, you can consider the bent pyramid not a perfect smooth-sided pyramid, but really it's just the step pyramid of Djoser. There are some, so like the pyramid of Meidum collapsed, so it doesn't look like a smooth-sided pyramid. It was supposed to be a smooth-sided pyramid, but again, it collapsed, and we'll talk about that one later. And there are some really unidentified ones that appear to be step pyramids, but like really it just kind of is Djoser's. Like Djoser's is just the only one. And as I've talked about before, the progression of a pyramid is very simple in your mind, where you go from a mastaba tomb in the pre-dynastic period, then Djoser, and possibly Imhotep as his architect, goes, well, why don't we just put mastabas on top of each other and make them smaller? That equals a step pyramid. All that is literally just multiple mastabas on top of each other that get smaller and smaller. And then Seneferu's dudes are like, what if we build a step pyramid and then fill in the edges? Like, that's literally how a pyramid is made. It's like the simplest kind of way to see that progression very easily in architecture. And is that the one that was only recently announced? Like, I don't know, like a couple months ago. Yeah, it's like, it's so hard to say, like, to go on some crazy triad, because it's just like so easy. It's so simple in a way. I think so. If it's the correct thing, I think it is possibly like the theory currently is that it is abandoned entrance. So it was carved to be an entrance to the pyramid, and then it was abandoned, and they decided to build the entrance at another place. I have not seen any more research since that announcement, and so I don't know anything kind of beyond that, but it seems to be, it's very small. The opening is very, very small, so it would, in my opinion, it would probably be an abandoned entrance, because it's less likely to be a what's the word for it? A relieving chamber, because they don't the Pyramid of Menkaure doesn't need a relieving chamber because all of the chambers are beneath the pyramid itself. Or I guess it does need a relieving chamber, but it needs it in a different location. There's no point of having a relieving chamber when it's not relieving the pressure for another chamber below it. But yeah, I haven't seen any updates since they've done those scans. I hope that answers your question. So Dashur itself was then kind of abandoned for Saqqara until the Middle Kingdom, when then they built 3 more pyramids in this area. So the first is going to be the White Pyramid, which is built during the 12th dynasty by King Amenemhet II. You can see that one over here in kind of the middle. This is the least preserved of the 3. Honestly, it goes kind of unnoticed. It looks like a hill. It looks genuinely like a little hill. Then you have the Pyramid of Senuseret III, which doesn't really get any fancy name. This is a slightly different, as it actually has tombs and galleries built underneath the pyramid for 2 different princesses, when typically princesses or queens would get subsidiary pyramids or a mastaba tomb. And then finally, during the reign of Amenemhet III, he builds the Black Pyramid, which you can see here in this image as well. Very, very close to the bent pyramid, and it's not in really great condition. It totally collapsed. Mostly this is because pyramids of the Middle Kingdom are not being built the exact same way, and they are usually filling the interior portions of the pyramid with rubble, stealing rubble from a lot of other pyramids, and they collapse very easily. A lot of them are actually collapsed. Yes. Sorry, 2 questions. It would be sad, but it's also probably what it is, because we know where all of the big chambers and where the tombs would be. Even when they found that new chamber in the Pyramid of Khufu, it was just a relieving chamber. It's just part of the architecture of the space. So yes, so very close, Pumpkin the cat. It's not that it is on the opposite side of the river, it is that it's on the west side of the Nile. More than likely, the ancient Egyptians believed that the west was the land of the dead. So almost every single necropoli that we're going to talk about today are on the western side of the Nile. And most cities are on the eastern side of the Nile. It's not cut and dry. If there's a city on the eastern side of the Nile, they might have a smaller necropoli next to it. But the big pyramid fields, the big Theban necropolis, those are all on the west side of the Nile. There are definitely some exceptions to the fact that I'll talk about, but for the most part, you can guess this is going to be on the western side of the Nile, while the city of Memphis is on the eastern side of the Nile. When you get up to the Nile Delta, it doesn't matter because there's so many rivers. This is really only from like Giza south, pretty much. Yeah. True. Again, we also don't count the oases because they are far from the Nile. When did the first significant, meaning just a random empty room, non-royal tombs pop up? Like a preserved tomb, Unibuni, that's not a royal tomb? Is that what you're saying? Like an intact tomb or an almost intact tomb? I'm trying to think. Wa is from the Middle Kingdom. He's not royal. That's an intact tomb. Oh, no, there are tombs from the Old Kingdom that are officials. They don't have any objects preserved, but there are so many mastaba tombs of the Old Kingdom that have beautiful decoration that all date to the reign of Khufu, Khafre, or Menkaure. Absolutely. There are amazing, beautiful mastaba tombs that like are either relatives of the pharaoh or high officials. Intact tombs, there are some that have been found in Giza. Hatteferes the second, her objects in her tomb were found, and that was probably a secondary tomb because it was probably looted first and then reburied. But no, we have plenty of great decorated tombs in the Old Kingdom. Technically, we even have the oldest decorated wall painting is pre-dynastic. It's tomb shoot, Tomb UJ in oh my god, what's it called? Oh my god, I'm so mad I can't think of that. I can't, I'm completely blanking on the name of that tomb. Is it Tomb UJ? Yeah, it's Tomb UJ from in Abydos. No, the painted wall is in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. It's not in great condition, no, but it's in Cairo. The pictures of it are kind of awful, but it has been preserved. Yeah, it's called Tomb UJ, and it has the oldest, wait, no, I'm wrong. No, UJ is the one with the tags. Sorry, oldest tomb painting. I'm just like so stupid. Egypt, I can't, it's like Tomb C or something. What? Hierakonpolis Tomb 100. Oh my god, as soon as I remember that. It's Hierakonpolis Tomb 100. That is the tomb. Thank you. Hierakonpolis Tomb 100, which is in the city of Necken. That is the oldest known painted tomb to date, and it dates to 3500 to 3400 BCE, so deep in the pre-dynastic age. We'll talk about we won't talk a lot about Hierakonpolis's. We actually might talk a little bit about it. I'm blanking on the name of that necropolis right now. So the last couple things for Dashur, we do have evidence of some 13th dynasty pyramids being built, but they're not very well done, and they're not very well preserved. And there are some extra tombs, but mostly just around like these two areas, sort of. And there were some unlooted tombs of royal women that were also found near the pyramid of Senusret III. So it is a yes and no if you can visit this site. You can go and visit the two largest pyramids. You can walk up to the Bent Pyramid, to the Red Pyramid. You can go inside both of those. They are the most physically exhausting pyramids to go into. All I did was climb up to the top to go look through the entrance and then climbed back down. The other pyramids and the other sites are not really accessible to the public. It does seem that some of them might have a parking lot that you can go and drive to. Oh, Lauren, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. But for the most part, it looks like you can really only go see some of the other ones with special permits. Although you can kind of see them from just wandering around, and if you're on top of it. And this is sort of the first time that you will feel like you're actually sort of out in the desert for a little bit, is what my dad said. My dad was like, we need to go out to the desert. I'm like, Dad, we can't go out to the desert. Like, a lot of these sites are very close to modern cultivation, but when you go out to this site and you turn and you look out west, you just can see nothing. Like, it's just pure nothing, which is crazy. There's also not really any buildings or security walking around, and so like you can kind of just like, I don't know, you might be able to like wander around, but I'd be kind of nervous about doing that at this site. Thank you for the libation. All right. So they have not redone the museum in Cairo. They built an entire new museum, but they have also been adding a lot of stuff to the museum in Cairo. There are a lot of different projects to add signage, to put in new exhibits, and so it's very much a work in progress, but they have been mainly focused on building the Grand Egyptian Museum and moving objects over to that area, and then thus pulling new objects that have never been seen from the public or have been seen in very rare occasions to then put them in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. So they are in the process of doing it. I know that I definitely did not have like a huge problem for the most part, but I also know that I recognize most of these objects as very famous objects, so I knew more information than the typical person who is going around the museum. But I love that museum. I would never want them to close, and I never really want them to change it, because I really hate modern museum architecture and museum styles. I hate plexi cases just on giant plywood bricks. I really love their old cases. I really love their old wood and glass cases. Like, they're just so pretty. And the building is just so pretty inside. And yeah, I would never want them to change it. Like, I'm sure the Grand Egyptian Museum will be beautiful when we go to see it, but I am very much like an old school, like, museum type. I love the raw wood and glass versus this, like, awful painted plywood that is just in every museum nowadays. All right, let's talk about Meidum. So we are sort of going from north to south, but there's gonna be other sites that we're gonna cover. So this is also south of Saqqara, but it's much more south of Saqqara. It's not hugely accessible from Giza. You could drive it, but it's a little bit longer of a drive to get down to Meidum. So this one does actually have an ancient name. It is called the Mary Itzmu, or the Beloved of Amun. It's unclear, though, if this is the name of the pyramid or the name of the general area itself. And I could not find where this name comes from, but it can be, it's pronounced Meidum, and so it can also be written Maydum, or Maidum. Yeah, I know. I know the higher complex 2100 it doesn't look really great right now. I'm hoping maybe they'll do some restoration on it. But yeah, it's hard, unfortunately, to see any of the actual paint right now. So again, this is a pyramid of Seneferu. So this dates after the Pyramid of Djoser, but before the pyramids of Giza. It may have been originally started by an earlier pharaoh named Huni, who was the last pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, but it usually is associated with Pharaoh Seneferu. He either continued construction or he built it from scratch as one of his first pyramids. Now, this has a variety of extensions, starting from a step pyramid design and then filling it with the limestone casing stones to then give it that pure, true pyramid shape, which you can see in this image, in that it was sort of that first step, then they added an extra step, and then they tried to make it that true pyramid shape. But unfortunately, it was kind of evident that the builders and the architects were sort of making it up as they went, because remember, there's no smooth-sided pyramid before this. This is essentially them testing out that new invention that they want to try out. This is a completely new technology to them. And a variety of construction errors essentially made a lot of this portion collapse, and while it was still probably under construction. There was a debate a long time. Yes, these are earlier than Khufu's. It's in between the step pyramid of Djoser and the pyramids of Giza. Essentially, Seneferu is Khufu's dad, if that also helps. Some people thought for a while that this pyramid collapsed after, like, sometime in antiquity, so it could have been any time afterwards, but more research has been telling us that it collapsed while they were in the middle of constructing it, which is probably why they started building the bed pyramid pretty quickly. Because you gotta think about this, Khufu, like, yes, Khufu's Great Pyramid is like the biggest pyramid, but also it took him his entire lifetime to build that one pyramid, and he didn't even finish it before he died. And somehow Seneferu either added onto or built potentially 4 pyramids. More than likely in his lifetime. Maybe the Red Pyramid wasn't finished at his death, but at the least, 2 were almost finished. So it's kind of crazy to see how much power Seneferu had, potentially more over Khufu himself. Hi, friend at arms, welcome on in. We're talking about the pyramids and cemeteries of ancient Egypt, and so we're talking about Meidum. So as you can sort of see in this map, besides the pyramids, there's really not a lot of other burials. There are some larger mastabas. So Rahotep's is a really big one. The very famous statue of Rahotep and Nofret are those very lovely painted statues that I found out that there's a whole subgroup on the internet that thinks they're fake, which was fun to figure out. And then the other very famous one is the mastaba of Neferma'at and Atet, which is where the Meidum geese image comes from. But it's also where they decided that they were going to actually try a totally new technique of art, where instead of painting on plaster, they carved out the images that they wanted to put, and they filled it with a different type of paste, a different colored paste. And then they didn't realize that eventually those color pastes would shrink and fall out of the wall. So it was supposedly at one time a very highly decorated tomb, and it now looks like kind of crap. A lot of portions of that mastaba are actually in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo today, and in some other museums, I think in Boston as well, because it was not in a really good quality. There also seems to be some 4th Dynasty tombs. There also seems to be some New Kingdom tombs. And there's an area that the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology has a stela dating to the 18th Dynasty that might date to a tomb in Meidum, which is definitely very interesting. So yes, you can visit Meidum, probably only to this pyramid, and it does appear that you might actually even be able to go inside the pyramid, which is kind of shocking that like it's sort of collapsed, but the interior was built so well that you, I believe, can go inside. These casing stones are obviously missing and gone and been removed, but it does appear that it is open to the public. But again, it is pretty far from the normal tourist track, so typically you have to book a special tour to go there. It's a couple hours south of Cairo. While Saqqara is about an hour, Meidum is at least another hour or hour and a half. All right, let's go to one of my favorite non-royal necropoli, and this is in Middle Egypt. You can see here, kind of dead in the center. Let's talk about Beni Hassan. We don't have an ancient Egyptian name for this necropolis, but it is the cemetery for the city of Hebenu, which is close by. And the Arabic name for Beni Hassan can be written a couple different ways, and I'm not really sure where the Arabic name comes from. The burials in this area, there are some Old Kingdom burials, but they are mainly First Intermediate Period and Middle Kingdom burials. And these are mainly for the local nomarchs or governors of the area. If you guys remember, ancient Egyptians had these things called nomes, nomes with an N, not nomes with a G. And they are essentially territorial divisions or like states within Egypt. And you had a nomarch or a governor who was watching over those and then reporting back to the pharaoh. So there are 39 of these tombs that are all rock cut into the cliffside. Honestly, in my opinion, I am not even a Middle Kingdom person typically, but these are some of the most beautiful tombs that I have ever. I desperately want to go to the site, but I've researched and I think these are some of the most beautiful tombs I've ever seen. You also get a lot of familial information about these governors and actually how they are related to each other because of the preservation of some of these tombs. In addition to these 39 rock-cut tombs, there is a lower cemetery that has about 800, almost 900 shaft tombs that all date to the Middle Kingdom. Much more simple tombs, essentially are just a small recess or chamber with a tomb shaft for the burial chamber. And then south of the cemeteries, there's also a temple that was built by Hatshepsut and Tutmos III in the New Kingdom, and is very unique for the site because there's not really any New Kingdom burials or even later burials, so it's a really interesting location as to built a temple specifically. You can visit the site and to see some of the governor's tombs. They are accessible to the public. For the moment, it appears that Tomb 2 for Amenemhat, known as Ameni, Tomb 3 for Khnumhotep II, Tomb 15 for Bakhet III, and Tomb 17 for Keti are open to the public. Hi, Mark. You're up late tonight. Welcome on in. We're talking about Beni Hassan. About to finish and talk about my next favorite site after this. This is not a very big tourist location. It's going to be much harder to go and see these sites, but you can go if you have a private driver. If you go with a private tour, you can absolutely access these sites, and it's really in the middle of nowhere. For the most part, if you are traveling in between, you're going to go to Giza and then you're going to go to Luxor down in here. You will sometimes take the train, but you don't usually, unfortunately, sail in between these areas, so you can't really stop off of it. Yes, Pumpkin. Yes, so cats were mummified. There are some times that cats are mummified because of they are personal animals or pets, but the vast majority occur in the late period to the Ptolemaic period, and it is because they were ritually sacrificed to be mummified and then given as offerings to feline goddesses like Bast, Bastet, Sekhmet. And so there are millions and millions of mummies, but they are, yes, ritually sacrificed to be made into these mummies. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to burst your bubble, but yes, that is, if you, and this is not just cats, this is also variety of animals, dogs, crocodiles, snakes, shrews, ibis birds, falcons. I feel like I'm missing a really big popular animal. There's a lot. All of them are sacrificed for their own reasons in that time. Yeah, crocodiles. I can't remember if I said crocodiles. No ocelots in Egypt to my knowledge. Lions, though. There are a few lion cub mummies, and those are a little harder to tell. Honestly, not hippos. I can't think of hippo. There might be a hippo one. Bulls. I forgot about cows and bulls. No, orangutans are not native to Egypt. There are monkeys, though. Monkeys, yes, but not orangutans. Like capuchin monkeys or baboons. But yes. All right. Moving on from Beni Hassan, we have my favorite site in Egypt, and that is going to be Akhenaten or Amarna. And as you can see, Amarna is just south of Beni Hassan here in Middle Egypt. So we know the ancient Egyptian city name for the city was Akhenaten, but the cemeteries themselves don't really have their own name. Minus we have the royal tomb or the royal wadi would get a specific name. The Arabic name for the site is going to be Tel El Amarna, and the cemeteries are essentially named in English with the exception of the royal wadi. And if you have not heard that word before, wadi is essentially an ancient dried up riverbed that are very commonly used by the ancient Egyptians as locations for rock cut tombs. So we essentially have a few different cemeteries in this site. Is a marmoset a tiny monkey? I do not know. I'm not sure if they have marmosets. Yeah, I don't think we have. I would be very surprised if we have a mummified hippo. I don't think I've ever seen a mummified hippo. I don't know where marmosets originate from. I've always said capuchin monkeys. I don't even honestly know if they're capuchin monkeys. There are smaller monkeys, but I don't know what species of monkey there are. So in Amarna, the site almost exclusively dates to the Amarna period, which is a very short 15 year period at the end of the 18th dynasty of the New Kingdom. So all of the burials date to only this time period. There are no burials before, there are really no burials after. And there are multiple necropoli within these seats. Yeah. I have a baboon one. The baboon is isn't that the baboon with the dog in the Valley of the Kings? I'm pretty sure it's a baboon versus a monkey. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not very clear on the differences, but I'm pretty sure that was a baboon versus a monkey. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll look it up later. Look up Salima Ikram's book. You'll find out how many animal mummies there are. There are baboons in Egypt, definitely, that were imported in because we have images of them. If we have a mummified one, I'm not sure, but I know that they are present in Egypt because they get imported in. But yeah, I don't know if the one in the Valley of the Kings with the dog is a baboon or a monkey. I don't know. Yeah. You gotta look it up. I don't know the difference between baboon. Yeah, I think you're right. I think a baboon is an ape, which is different than a monkey. I don't know. Somebody can, you can debate the semantics of the difference between the species. I do not know. So on the north end, we have the north tombs, which are located in two groups on a cliffside overlooking the city. Most of these tombs are high officials who work very closely, that worked very closely with the pharaoh and his family. And because there's such a short-lived time period of a lot of these tombs are not completed. A lot of these are really, again, you start your tomb kind of when you become of age, when you become a little bit older, and you will start prepping your tomb for a while because it needs a lot of decoration and it needs all this extra stuff. So they start their tombs fairly soon. And think about it, this city's only existing for like 14 to 15 years. So like it's going to hinder how much time you have to work on this tomb. It also means that some of these tombs may have actually not had burials because they may have not died until after they moved back to Thebes. Think of the lifespan of a person. If a 30-year-old person like lived in Amarna when he was a young teenager into an early adult, but then he continues on to live for 40 years or something, he wouldn't have been buried here. He would have been buried back in Thebes after they moved. According to Wikipedia, there's only 6 tombs, but there might be some more that are not identified with a specific individual. The second group of tombs is the South Tombs. So there's the North Tombs up here and the South Tombs over here. And they are south of the city in these low bluff areas. This is the larger of the two of these cemeteries. They have around 26 tombs identified in the area, including one made for the future pharaoh Ai, who obviously was not buried here, but had his own tomb in the Valley of the Kings when he eventually becomes pharaoh. We then also have the Royal Wadi. So you go out this whole Royal Wadi and eventually you'll get out to the Royal Tomb. And there are 5 tombs in this wadi along with the Royal Tomb of Akhenaten, and then there are 3 unfinished tombs. Now, there's some indication that some of the royal family who died while they were still living in Akhenaten were buried here, but then more than likely they appeared to have been moved by Tutankhamun when he takes the throne and everything moves back to Thebes, which is why we supposedly have the skeleton of Akhenaten, why we think we have the mummy of Nefertiti, etc., etc. There are also several different smaller cemeteries that are in association with non-officials, non-royals. So there is this North Desert Cemetery. There is also a cemetery associated with the Workmen's Village. There's a cemetery closer to the Stone Village. And these are cemeteries that have no large monuments, no tombstones. They all date the same time period. And the Amarna project has been recently focusing on a lot of these burials to tell the story of the people of Akhenaten who were not royalty and who were, especially those in the Workmen's Village or the Stone Village, who were actively building Amarna before the royal family moved there. Hi, King Narmer II. Welcome on in. We are talking about the necropoli of ancient Egypt, and we are talking about Amarna at the moment. So can you visit? Yes, you can visit Amarna. Again, it's a harder city to visit. It's kind of in the middle of Egypt. You have to typically either get a driver to get you down there, drive yourself, take the train, or go on a private tour. You can obviously go around and see different parts of the city, and there also there's a visitor center and there's a new museum that is going to open up fairly soon, I think. And it does appear that you can get access to go and see some of the tombs in the northern and southern tombs, and I believe you can go to the Royal Wadi and go into the Royal Tomb. There might be an extra ticket price if you want to see the Royal Tomb, but it might just be the whole Royal Wadi, because I don't know how many tombs inside that wadi are opened for the public. But yeah, I've been dying. I would love to go here. It'd be absolutely amazing to go to this site. All right, let me chug this water because my voice, I can already feel, is failing me. We're not even, we're almost halfway. Yes, I know. One day I will get to go to Abu Simbel. just not recently. Yeah, it is hard to think of. There's also a lot of evidence that people in the lowest of classes in Egypt may not nearly have been as religious as the people in the highest of classes. So they may have been kind of perfectly content to be buried in not big, fancy tombs, and just be buried with what they have. It's hard to kind of say yes or no about that, but it does appear that there's a main difference between personal piety and like high religious aspects of like the same, like going to church or going to the temple and stuff. Another site that has some amazing tombs is the site of Mir, which is near Asut in Middle Egypt. Also does not have an ancient Egyptian name, but it is the main cemetery for the ancient Egyptian city that was known as Kis or Kuseh. And I really think I only briefly mentioned the city because it was the capital of the 14th nome of Upper Egypt, but it was the cult center for the goddess Hathor. Its Arabic name is Mekabir Mayer, or the cemetery of Mir. And the burials in this area mainly date to the Middle Kingdom, or Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. And this is again mainly for the governors of that 14th nome of Upper Egypt. And mostly these are going to be rock cut tombs. And then we find that like the transition from mastaba to rock cut tomb really increase during the Middle Kingdom. Thank you so much, King Narmer. It increases during the New Kingdom, or the Middle Kingdom into the New Kingdom, that rock cut tombs are the main types of tombs. They're rare when you look at the Old Kingdom, but to be honest, one of the main reasons it's rare is because the places that they have selected for their burials are typically very flat, and rock cut tombs are really only that helpful when you are in sort of a cliffside. So like Giza doesn't really have any of those cliff sides for those tombs. You have to go kind of down, which is why you build those mastabas. There are some select parts of Saqqara that has sort of that cliffside, but a lot of the space is very flat. When you get down to Middle Egypt and you get down to Southern Egypt, they are specifically digging into the cliffside of the valley of the Nile, or in the wadis that are coming into the valley, the Nile Valley. So you are getting those. It just makes more sense for them to do rock cut tombs rather than do mastaba tombs, which are above ground tombs, you would say. So for this area, the tombs mainly date from around the 6th to around the 12th dynasty and are laid out from the north to the south. There are about 75 with large interior decoration, and then many, many others that have been pillaged or damaged throughout the years. One of the very famous tombs is the tomb of Pepi Ankh the Middle, which dates to the reign of Pepi II. It was an undisturbed tomb that was discovered in 1913 and has really amazing depictions of daily life reliefs. So can you visit Mir? Yes, according to the website that I was mainly using to source this information, you can visit the tombs in Mir. I have no idea which ones are generally open. I'm going to assume Pepi Ankh's tomb is open. I've also seen pictures of a restored tomb of Senbi, so that might also be open to the public. But when you go to these websites, sometimes it's really hard to gauge how many tombs you actually are going to be able to see when you go to see these sites. Jumping way forward in time and going all the way up to the Mediterranean coast, I want to briefly cover some of the tombs in Alexandria, Egypt, because there is some that are accessible, but it's also one of the only actual preserved ancient sites that you can visit in Alexandria. So again, this is mainly a Greek and Ptolemaic site, so we don't have an ancient Egyptian name, and we don't even really have a Greek or Roman name for these sites. Today it is typically called the Catacombs of Qom el Shokafa, we'll say, which can be translated into the Mound of Shards. And this is probably named after an area that contained a large mound of broken pieces of terracotta. But I'm sure, as all you know, that as archaeologists, we don't call terracotta or pottery broken pieces shards. We call them sherds. Sherds. But yes, so it is, don't forget, sharded up. Sherds versus shards. So yeah, so it's now called the catacombs of the mound of shards. It should be the mound of sherds, but that's fine. So this is a necropolis of Alexandrian tombs that really only date to the Greek and Roman periods of Egypt, but they do have very unique Egyptian motifs that are included in the Hellenistic burials, as you can see in this image. So while the Egyptians have these rock-cut tombs and they have their burial chambers underneath the larger pyramids, they very rarely did these like long underground catacombs where you can sort of walk around to see different tombs. Truly, like the tunnels underneath the Pyramid of Djoser are sometimes like the only example, but obviously those are not meant for multiple burials. That's just meant for Djoser's pyramid. But like the Serapeum, which is a Ptolemaic burial for Apis bulls, that is also kind of this underground catacomb, quote unquote, maze. And so you really only see this sort of in this space. Hey! Welcome on in, ladies!
King of the South and North.
It's the New Jersey Astronomy Club. Hello. Oh my god, that gif is so cute. The little cow and the UFO. That's so cute. Welcome on in, Raiders. The United Astronomy Clubs of New Jersey. Are you guys able to actually look at the stars tonight? Are y'all are probably all are y'all smoked up, unfortunately, like where I am? Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is MelissainDeNile. I'm in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology and archaeology games, and we also do lectures. So tonight we are talking about ancient Egyptian necropoli or cemeteries. Currently we're talking about the catacombs in Alexandria. But welcome on in. Yeah, you're fogged out. Yeah. I was gonna say, we also had some really thunderstorms. I'm a little south of you guys. I was gonna say, I bet you are not having fun looking at the stars today, but I hope you guys had a really great stream. Feel free to raid and rest if you need to, but we are talking about funerary practices and different cemeteries and what time periods they date to and which ones you can visit as a tourist itself. It is... That's their username, Moony Boony. It's just their acronym. But you can follow them on there, so you can watch them do astronomy. So we are talking about right now the Com El Shokafa, we're gonna say. I really need to... yeah, no, absolutely. Raid and rest. Raid and run. Go and help people. Enjoy your astronomy or lack thereof with the smoke and fog. Have a great rest of your night. And thank you for sending them over. Ooh, very cool. We love public programming. Absolutely. Have a great night. Again, one of the interesting things about this site is because these are these sort of underground catacombs, which really don't exist in other Egyptian sites. It is inherently a more Greek or Roman thing to do, probably more Roman on that side. But with our old map that we have here of Alexandria, we have obviously the Serapeum over here, and then number 7 is the Tomb of Alexander. I think, if I remember correctly, this the catacombs are somewhere in this sort of central area, but I couldn't find a map of ancient Alexandria with where the catacombs are, so I pulled this one because I thought it was easier to look at. So the catacombs lie beneath the western necropolis of Alexandria and consist of 3 levels cut straight into the solid rock. The third level has been underwater until very recent restorations of the site. It has a 6-pillared central shaft which opens off of a vestibule, and then there's the funeral banquet hall called the Triclinium, where friends and families could gather and sit on essentially these stone benches during a funeral. And again, what's really unique about the site is the combination of ancient Greek, ancient Egyptian, and even ancient Roman motifs in imagery and in funeral practices. So we have, this is one of the many images of Anubis over the mummified body with holding this bowl, and then we have these winged goddesses. We have Ibis, probably Thoth on one side, Horus on another side. But then we also have images of the abduction of Persephone, and like we have these Greek and Roman aspects of them taking these ancient motifs and reusing them for their own reasons. And it shows this very big mixing bowl of cultures going on in Alexandria at this time period. You can visit these catacombs. It is a very popular tourist attraction in Alexandria, especially because it honestly is one of the oldest things that's preserved in Alexandria. You can go, there is an open air museum with, I think, the Roman theater. But like, to be honest, like both of those are probably the oldest things in Alexandria that you can actually actively go and visit. Otherwise, there's not really anything there. Persephone's voice is insane. That's funny. All right, another site that is really important to talk about because of the royal necropolis of the site is going to be, though I'm not 100% sure how accessible the tombs themselves are, but I wanted to mention it because it is important, is going to be in Tanis. So we talked about Tanis as a capital city in part 1 of our Cities and Nomes of Ancient Egypt lecture. The necropolis does not have a separate name, but the city was known as Janet. In Arabic, its actual name is San al-Hagar. Tanis is actually the Greek name for the city. So the burials in this necropolis only date to the Third Intermediate period, specifically the 21st and 22nd dynasties. And really, there's only a royal cemetery. I haven't been able to find much information about any separate necropolis that the city had that has been excavated. It probably has to have one at some point. This is, unfortunately, in the Nile Delta. Archaeological preservation is not going to be really great if you don't have a big exterior tomb base for this. So as you can see from this image, this complex is for this royal necropolis is really small in its kind of own way. They're very close together. They are not going for these big, grand, decorated tombs that you see in the New Kingdom. They are very close quartered, and like it's just for the burials. That's kind of all it is. And this is also within the entire sort of temple complex. It's like almost like really right next to it. But this contains the burial of, I believe, 13 individuals, mostly pharaohs, but there are a few there's 2 generals and there's a prince as well. And one half of the tomb was found looted in antiquity, and the other half was found completely unlooted, and thus is the only unlooted pharaonic burial from ancient Egypt. Unfortunately, because of 2 big things, it is not very well preserved in comparison to, say, Tutankhamun's tomb. It is mainly because it's in the Nile Delta, so the preservation of any wooden objects is like horrible. Like almost no wooden objects were preserved in this site, which meant that a lot of the coffins had sort of disintegrated except for the metal portions of the coffins. The other unfortunate is that this was discovered literally at the very beginning of World War II, and they had to leave Egypt very quickly, and so it was not really televised. Like, it was not advertised, it was not announced as this big discovery. It just like it flew under the radar for years. And it's a really, really cool site, and it still to this day is crazy how I can find so little information about this excavation and about this burial online. It is actually kind of insane that it is so difficult to find information about this Tanis treasures, which is arguably should be one of the most important sites in Egypt. So you can go and visit Tanis. Again, it's off the typical tourist track because it's up in the Nile Delta in the kind of eastern area. And it seems like you can walk around the site fairly, relatively freely and stuff. It does appear that you might, I don't think you can go inside the tombs. You might, I can't tell. It's really hard to figure out. I actually know that somebody just reinvestigated one of the tombs and found a massive pile of Shopties inside one of the tombs. So I have a feeling it's not accessible. The other thing is that there's no decoration inside the tombs. So they are not like, I don't know. They're not like the typical tombs that you would kind of want to see. I also don't even know if the ceilings are preserved. I feel like you can sort of see it and walk around. Yeah, there is a lot of potential for this site. I think also they have been doing a lot of restoration at this site recently. I think a lot of the obelisks, they've been attempted to prop them up and such. All right, this is going to be a big section of this. So buckle up and ask me any questions, and we're going to get an ad in 2:30. So I think I'm going to wait. But any questions so far? Actually, I'm gonna go get water. Ask your questions in the chat and I will answer when I'm back. Thank you for following. I'm back. Purify by fire. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. My page definitely shows an incoming ad in 1 minute and 27 seconds. Hi, Paranoid. Thank you for testing the lecture questions. Hi, Otto. Okay. I know, I gotta chug water. This sucks because I have a grown-up field trip I have to teach tomorrow, so if my voice is gonna be bad, I didn't think about this. I didn't plan this. I don't know. Twitch is just being its own thing. Alright, we're gonna wait until after the ad because this is like a big chunk of this lecture. But we're gonna talk about the Theban necropolis and all of the necropoli that are inside it. It would not be fun because I would lose my voice even faster than I'm already losing my voice right now. We've done that sometimes. Your graph theory app? What is that? What are you doing? What is a graph theory app? Oh god, yeah, my nose is so dry. Everything's so dry. It's all just dry and... Is it raining now? Nope, stop raining. Oh, God. I shouldn't be this tired. I literally did nothing today. We were in purple. It's kind of funny. I didn't notice it until today. I mean, I didn't leave my house yesterday, but I think it was technically around on Thursday, and I didn't really acknowledge it. But it definitely was hazy this morning, but then we had a huge thunderstorm roll in, so I haven't really seen what the sky kind of looks like but I think we're in like a purple zone or something. I don't know what the scale of colors is, but I think purple's bad. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't go outside. Luckily tomorrow, because it's Sunday, I can park right in front of the museum because it's street parking's free. But yeah, I don't know what it's gonna be like in the next couple days because all the East Coast got a lot of rain. Is next to worse. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I'm sure we're not as bad as other things, but I know my city, I think, said, I know we don't have it totally worse, but I think I heard purple. I don't have a mask. I don't have any masks. I only have fake masks that I wore. And the other thing is that I walk 2 seconds from my car to the building. I only walked 5 seconds. Also, I literally, when we were coming back from outside of the museum, it started pouring rain and thundering, so yeah. We were very quickly. Oh, I hope people don't cancel on my event tomorrow. I'm gonna be annoyed if people cancel, because it's sold out at the moment. Dang it. Well. Network graph data visualization. I might. Custos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. All right, we're back from the ad. All right. This is a big chunk of this lecture because the Theban necropolis is massive. It is multiple sections, and so we will be covering quite a few. From this map, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's actually a 6th one here that's not labeled. 7, and then there's one more, I think 8 that we are going to cover. Oh no, 9. We're going to cover 9 sections in the Valley of the Kings. These are all extremely close together. They are all genuinely within biking or driving distance. But literally I found a thing saying, oh yeah, you can bike to all these places. Like, that seems impossible and improbable. And when I was there, I was like, wait, no, actually, yeah, you definitely could you could bike to all of these things. Because they're all kind of along this road here. And so yeah, everything is actually weirdly very close together in this area. So this is all on the western bank of Luxor. And the majority of these necropoli at least have a couple tombs open, but there are hundreds of tombs across this entire section of the valley. I found a number saying 415, but I don't know if that includes the ones in the Valley of the Kings or the Valley of the Queens. 415 might just be the tombs in the Valley of the Nobles. Hey, welcome on in. Absolutely. We are education. We play history video games during the week, but we also do education and lectures. So on the weekends. So welcome on in. I'm glad you're here. The other thing is that this is all is called the Theban necropolis. Technically, the city at the time that most of these burials were made, it was called Waset. Thebes is the Greek name. Luxor is the Arabic modern name of the city. So unfortunately, they all kind of get interchanged and stuff. 415. Honestly, I think 415 is actually low. It is a lot for one site. 415, I have a feeling, only really applies to these really nice rock-cut tombs and not the random other burials. Maybe? I don't know. 415, I think, is it's weird. It can be low if you are considering the amount of people that have lived there and the time periods that this ranges over. 415 is very low. For a site, it is high. There are probably, I don't know how many mastabas there are in Giza, but there might be, I don't think there's 400 of them. But there are a lot. There are a lot in this site. And they, again, are split over these 9 groupings, which we'll talk about. So we'll start with the Valley of the Kings. This is a very rare occurrence. This actually has an ancient name, and it is a long name. It's called the Great and Majestic Necropolis of the Millions of Years of the Pharaoh, Life, Strength, Health in the West of Thebes. That is the entire name for the Valley of the Kings. It can also be called the Great Field, or the Ta Seket Ma'at is another name for this. Hi, Addicted. So Thebes is the Greek name for the ancient capital of Waset, also is modern day Luxor. So all things, yeah, very, very concise. The Egyptians love concise titles for things. But yes, so Waset is the ancient Egyptian name for the capital city. This is mainly the capital city in the Middle Kingdom into the New Kingdom. But it is a really, really big city throughout that time. And then the Greek name is Thebes, similar to the other Greek city named Thebes. And then it is now modern day Luxor. So we are talking about the first of 9 different sections of the Theban necropolis right now. So the Arabic name, honestly, does not get called its Arabic name. Valley of the Kings is just so iconic that it really only gets called that, but it is technically called the Wadi El Muluk, which literally translates to Valley of the Kings. Wadi means valley. But you will very infrequently ever hear them say the Arabic name of this valley. So the burials in the valley date for around a 500-year span from the 18th dynasty to the 20th dynasty. That is pretty much just the New Kingdom. There are some recent discoveries. There were 3 tombs discovered in the 2000s. So including those, the valley is known to contain 65 tombs and smaller chambers. Almost all of these burials are for kings and or for queens of ancient Egypt during the time period, though there are some exceptions for the tomb of Mai-Her Pri and then the 3 tombs of animal burials, which I mentioned before with the dog and the baboon/monkey. So these tombs are dug into a valley. These are a wadi is essentially an ancient riverbed, an ancient valley. And so it's sort of, there's this kind of flat portion in the middle that was sort of their walking space. And then they dug these rock cut tombs into the rock of this kind of valley area. There is also a separate portion that is not on this map, known as the Western Wadi, which there's only a few tombs and some of these are royal ones. It's hard to see from this image yes, this is a hill, but it's a hill that is in a valley. So like it is, these walls go very high up on the side of it. So it's not a hill. It looks like a hill, but it's a mound inside of a valley. Think of how water erosion creates a riverbed and it creates all of these little mounds and ditches. That's what this is. So yeah, the Western Wadi does have some royal burials, but it's only got like, I think 2 or 3. These are considered some of the biggest and best pharaonic tombs because of their decoration schemes, because of the architecture inside of these tombs. Unfortunately, besides the tomb of Tutankhamun, most of these are looted in antiquity. They are left open to the elements for literally thousands of years. It does affect the decoration. It affects that we don't have any of the artifacts. They have been lost to time. And it also meant they were open for people in antiquity to come and deface a lot of the sites as well. Absolutely, you can visit the Valley of the Kings. On most days of the week, the valley gets 4,000 to 5,000 visitors each day. When you visit the Valley of the Kings, your general admission ticket only gets you to get into 3 tombs of your choosing. You can choose any of a select amount of tombs. Honestly, there's no dinosaurs really not a lot of dinosaurs in Egypt. There are some. There's one that's in it. There's one that's literally, it's named after Egypt or something, but there's not a lot of dinosaurs that have ever been discovered in Egypt. Not a lot of fossils, to my knowledge. Mine is the whales, which are not as old as dinosaurs, but the Valley of the Whales has prehistoric whale carcasses. Egyptosaurus, thank you. I was like, so not all of them. I don't remember off the top of my head which ones are open at the moment, but I can give recommendations. I just have to look back through my images because I don't know the name. Here's my thing. When I went 3 years ago, there were 12 tombs open. 3 tombs you have to get a special ticket to go into. So Tutankhamun, you have to get a special ticket to go into. You have to get a ticket to this one, the tomb of Ramses V and VI, and you have to get a special ticket to go see Seti the First tomb. Because me and my dad had the Luxor pass, we were able to go into 11 out of the 12 tombs. With the Luxor Premium Pass, which we did not get, you can go into Seti's tomb. So me and my dad tested the theory that we could go into every single tomb, and we did. And so we went to every single tomb except Seti the First, which is about a $70 tomb to go into. $70 US. It's very expensive, but it's supposed to be very beautiful. So one day, next time, hopefully I'll get to go see it. There was also recently an announcement that the tomb... I don't know if it's on here because it's not... no, it's not on here. The tomb of Amenhotep III was going to reopen, and I believe this was in October 2025, but I haven't actually heard anything. I have gotten some comments saying that it actually wasn't open to the public, so I'm not 100% sure, but they did make an announcement that it's being restored, possibly to be opened in the future. They are beautiful tombs. They are the most popular. So Tutankhamun's is small, so it needs people to kind of be weeded out, but they know pretty much people will always go into it. And I believe Seti the First has been really highly restored, so it has a lot of money has been put in to restore it and make it accessible to the public. And Ramses the Sixth and Seventh the Fifth and Sixth is one of the most beautiful tombs. So those ones get that special ticket, and then all the other ones that are open. So all 9, there are 9 other ones. You can pick 3 with your general admission ticket. So it's sort of, if you have the Luxor pass, you can get into 11 out of 12. If you have the Luxor Premium pass, you can get into 12 out of 12. If you have just the general admission ticket, you can get into 3 tombs of your choosing, but it cannot be Tutankhamun, Ramses V or VI, or Seti the First. And if you have, but you can buy a separate ticket for each of those tombs. So sort of, unless you are getting that premium, that Luxor pass, you are essentially only allowed to go to 6 tombs when you visit. I don't remember, because I went into so many, I don't remember the differences between a lot of them, to be honest, of the other 9. But you can go into Tawasseret, which is a queen's tomb. You can go into her tomb. I think I went into one of these. It was either Tutmos IV or it was Tutmos and Hatshepsut. The one I would love to go into is the Sons of Ramses III, but that is not open to the public. So, and the Tomb of Ai is out in the Western Valley, and that's a separate ticket as well. So yeah, it's I spent pretty much the whole day in the Valley of the Kings just to get it. Yes, but that one is not open to the public from what I remember. Also, it's definitely not open to the public. It's also not 100% confirmed to be the tomb of him, because it would have been his secondary tomb. It is where that is, I can't remember if that's KV, I think it's KV 55. It is where the skeleton that is believed to be Akhenaten was found. It's not decorated for him. It's not well preserved. There's really nothing. It's not a nice tomb, unfortunately. So, but it's not open to the public either, at least at the moment. Yeah, with the chopped up face, exactly. All right, moving on to the Valley of the Queens. So this one also had an ancient name, which was the Ta Set Neferu, or the Place of Beauty. There are 11 Ramses. 11? 11. There are 11 Ramses. This also may have had a double meaning for the place of the royal children. This is also called the Wadi al-Malakat, or the Valley of the Queens in Arabic, but you're never going to hear them say it in Arabic. And although this is called the Valley of the Queens, it is not just for queens. It is also the burials for princes, princesses, and then on a rarity, some high officials are also buried there. The burials all date to the same period as the Valley of the Kings, from the 18th dynasty to the 20th dynasty, which is essentially just the New Kingdom. It actually contains multiple valleys within the main valley. There is the Valley of Prince Amos, the Valley of the Rope, the Valley of the Three Pits, the Valley of the Dolmen. The main valley contains 91 tombs, and the rest of the valleys add about 19 tombs. Yes, it's very false advertising, especially because there's also queens that are buried in the Valley of the Kings. Tuaseret was supposed to be buried in the Valley of the Kings. So yeah, it's false advertising on both parts, to be honest. All of the burials in this tomb are very, very small. Addicted. This is what the Valley of the Kings also looks like. It just doesn't. That picture that I showed you didn't have that angle, but this is exactly what the Valley of the Kings looks like as well. Apparently, I have never heard until I did this research about the Valley of the Dolmen. I have no idea what the Valley of the Dolmen is about. But if you see, the tombs are not here. The tombs are down on these hills. They're not buried. They're not up in this area. Rap music, maybe. So in comparison to the Valley of the Kings, sadly the Valley of the Queens is kind of moot. It's really simple. They really only contain like one chamber, like a burial shaft in a chamber. They are not really decorated. A lot of times, because there's no decoration, we don't even know who is supposed to be buried there. The tombs are really small, like genuinely, there's just nothing really going on. With the exception of the tombs that are open to the public or have been open to the public in the past. This tomb that you see here, Tomb of Nefertari, Queen of Ramses the Great. And unfortunately, this tomb has been opened. It is not currently open. It has been closed since I was in Egypt. Literally 2 days before I got to Luxor, they closed the Tomb of Nefertari, and it is a beautifully, beautifully preserved tomb that has been highly conserved by the Getty Conservation Institute, but it has been kind of falling apart. It's been really, really hard to conserve it. For when it was open, you were only allowed 10 minutes to go into the tomb, although you could give a little bakshish to the guard and he would stay with you and he would allow you to be there later, which is very irresponsible, unfortunately, because now the tomb has been closed for 3 years, and there's no indication that it's opening anytime soon. Now there were also, when I was there, we were able to go into 3 other tombs, which 2 were tombs of the princes of Ramses III, and then 1 was also another queen. They were very similar to tombs in the Valley of the Kings. They had similar decoration schemes, they had similar architecture, but they were just not very well preserved. They did the ones of the sons of Ramses III had some very interesting imagery, though, of princes as young children, which is very rare. You don't typically see images of princes very often. Yeah, so they're rock cut tombs, so they are cutting them directly out of the rock. So in some cases, yes, they're similar to building pyramids if you are building a chamber by carving it out of the rock, but for the most part, it is its own. Rock cut tombs have been done since the Middle Kingdom, and so these are they have absolutely had. There are some that have collapsed. There are some that have accidentally broken into the tomb next to it. That happened in the Valley of the Kings with 2 tombs, which was pretty funny. But yeah, these are just carved directly out of the rock, which is why you have all the columns. to make sure they support the ceiling and such. So unfortunately right now, I am sure no tourist is going to the Valley of the Queens, unfortunately. Even when I went, again, like 2 days after it closed, when me and my dad went, there was only 3 other ladies with us there going through the other tombs, and we were actually watching archaeologists and conservators going in and out of the tomb of Nefertari, which I thought was really interesting. But yeah, I unfortunately feel like this site has been empty for like 3 years. Nobody's going to the Valley of the Queens right now because Nefertari's tomb was the only reason, really. Yeah, next one. I don't make YouTube videos unless it's a TikTok. So, unless I make a TikTok about it, I don't make longer YouTube videos. But I can try to make a TikTok about it, but it would not be very extensive. It would just have to be a short, 3-minute video. Right now, the next one we'll talk about is Deir al-Medina, which is going to be kind of an exception to a lot of the ones that are in the larger Theban necropolis. So this is a site called Set Ma'at, or the place of truth for the ancient Egyptians, and this is a planned city that was made for the people who were building the tombs in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. Its Arabic name, Deir al-Medina, means the monastery of the city because the Temple of Hathor that is situated in the back of the village was converted into a monastery in the Coptic period. The entire village is a planned village that was probably created in the early or the mid 18th dynasty, and then was active until the end of the Ramesside period. And the village itself contained about 68 houses in a planned grid off of one main road. And then on one of the hillsides on either side of the village is where they would bury their dead. There is a little over 50 tombs in this valley, some of which are given the actual first TT or Theban tomb numbers, which is how all of these tombs in the Theban necropolis are typically labeled. Yeah, that's what it definitely sounds like it. So most of these tombs are hideously small, so much so that you gotta crawl inside of it to even see it. You can literally see sort of how, oh god, some of them are very, very, very small. But they are beautifully decorated because obviously these people are the most talented craftspeople that are in existence in Egypt at that time. They are paid to create these tombs of the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. And that included also the architects, the designers, the actual carvers, the scribes, the artists. Like, this is every single person that could possibly build a tomb is living in this village. And so on their days off, they are going to be preparing their own tombs, which include these sort of unique layouts and designs. And you do see a very interesting range of imagery and styles. There's a couple tombs that are purely in, I think it's yellow, white, and black coloring. This one has multiple colors, but there's a couple that have just a strict yellow, black, white. That's all the colors that they have to use. And it's so beautiful, honestly. Yeah, these are the most elite craftspeople at their time. Essentially, it's like if this is gonna sound horrible, but like, it's like if the president said, hey, I want to get all of the most elite artists to live in one village at the same time. It's like hiring all of the most skilled artisans and designers and forcing them to live in one village that is immediately next to their workspace. Because again, Valley of the Kings is on one side and Valley of the Queens is on the other side. So like they just would have to kind of march over the hill to get where they need to go every day for work. Yeah, it's like an in-residence program. Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. And there is some evidence that like the people of Deir al-Medina could leave and come back, but there is a lot of evidence that other people could not come into Deir al-Medina. There's actually some, like, it seems like it's very closed off and that it's really only meant for these people in residence. In some cases Baja, but more often than not, they're very downplayed because they don't have nearly enough space to use what they have, what they're putting in the Valley of the Kings or the Valley of the Queens. They have imagery of like Books of the Dead sections. They have imagery of like the Field of Reeds, but and gods and goddesses. But I do find that there are more family scenes in these tombs, which you don't in. Even though in a lot of high officials' tombs of like of the Old Kingdom, a lot of the Valley of the Kings tombs don't have imagery of families, don't have banquet scenes, don't have offering scenes. It is really strictly imagery of the Book of the Dead or the Book of the Gates or something to get you to the afterlife. Here we have a lot of imagery of their families, which is much more typical of officials. Like here you can see these two are the tomb owners, and then on this wall below here they're sitting in front of an offering table, and there are more images of that on other parts of the tombs. Yeah, they were definitely really looked after and cared for. Definitely were probably some of the highest class of people during this time period, for sure. Like, yes, they weren't high officials, but they were definitely higher than a typical craftsman class of people because they are directly working for the pharaoh and their families. The other key thing, though, these are also probably some of the people that looted a lot of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. As we know, that have been found with a lot of papyri in this area. Charlotte Brienne, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. There's a lot of evidence that people of Deir el-Medina, and this is not just out of Deir el-Medina, but this is, we know that the people that more than likely looted the tombs of pharaohs and high officials shortly after their burials were the people who built or decorated the tombs, because they know how to get in, they know how they built it and such. Deir el-Medina is some of the only examples that we have direct evidence that they did that, because we have tomb robber papyri that actually give you that detail. Thank you so much, Charlotte. I'm glad you're here. We are doing a lecture today in our Beyond Denial lecture series, talking about the necropoli of ancient Egypt and the different cemeteries all across ancient Egypt. See, that's the thing, Addicted. They obviously didn't feel that they had bad juju, or were desperate enough that it didn't matter. Hi, Steph. Also, hi, Prime Operative. I forgot to say hi. Yes, the tomb art in this room are definitely respective of their social status, because they have a better access, and they also are some of the most skilled craftsmen of Egypt at that time. I am not a professor. This is MelissainDeNile is my business that I have been doing for a couple years. I work as a museum educator, so I do educate. But no, these lectures are all made for just you guys. All of my previous ones are on my YouTube page. And I do this Beyond Denial lecture series from March to September every year, where I give one lecture about ancient Egypt a month, and we get a guest to give a lecture about their own specific topics as well. Yeah, I work as a museum educator, mainly in an archaeology museum. It does not have anything to do with Egypt, but it is fun, absolutely. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm glad you're here. My voice is already breaking. What time is it? 9:50. Okay. These lectures are long. These lectures are always long, but it's okay. I will say, most of the tombs in Deir el-Medina have a small rock-cut chapel, and are often adorned with this little pyramid. This is technically a restored pyramid, mostly, but they will usually have this little tiny courtyard, and then they will have the burial chamber down below. I am a Ubisoft creator. It is essentially their affiliate program, so I play a lot of Assassin's Creed and get gifted content from them. But yes, we're playing Black Flag on Thursdays right now. Thank you, Ubisoft. Oh God, I need to go to Chicago. I still haven't been to go see those museums. Steph, thank you so much for subscribing. Where's the sound alert? Oh, all the sound alerts up. Oh, there it comes. Thank you so much, Steph, for subbing with Prime. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Yes, confessions from tomb robbers. There's a lot of cool stuff. They probably were punished severely. I actually have not read the tomb robbery papyri. That can be a discussion stream in the future. Actually, it would be cool if we can find a translation of it. But I am not sure. Like, we can assume bad things, but I do not know if we actually know what the punishment is. Black Flag. So Black Flag does not in the resync. It does not have like it doesn't have the museum, or what was it called? It was Origins. I can't think of the mode, but it doesn't have the mode that Odyssey or Origins had, but it does have a pretty big codex. That I've never played the original Black Flag, so I don't know how big their codex was before, but the codex is pretty big. Yes, Charlotte, one of my very good friends is a Pokemon creator, and so she got invited by Pokemon to go see their fossil exhibit, and I'm not gonna say I don't like fossils, but archaeology does not work with fossils, so I don't know anything. Thank you, Discovery Tour. I don't know anything about fossils, so, and I don't know anything about Pokemon either. But I would have gone if I could have gone with Valerie. Hype Train, where are you coming from? I don't know. But yeah, I want to go to the Field Museum for the Egyptian stuff, and I want to go to the Isaac Museum for the Egyptian stuff as well. Yeah, exiled or put to death is definitely probably the options. Yeah, we should definitely read the tomb. Hi, Mallory, I was just talking about you. Our new friend Charlotte lives in Chicago and was talking about the Field Museum, and I was like, I literally said your name and I summoned you. But yes, Mallory is a cool Pokemon and Stardew Valley creator. So you should follow her. You should follow her. Actually, I think I have a special. Did I switch this? I maybe not. I maybe did not do that. I thought I switched it to Mallory. I can't spell amateur either, so. There we go. Thank you, Mark. Oh, look at Mallory playing Stardew.
No, I'm bombing this floor. You know that, right?
Yeah, I need to change it. I thought I changed it so it's not amateur anymore, but
another shard.
You are making it difficult.
Shards on one floor, and you're gonna look at me and tell me that shards are a super rare item in this game? Watch me throw every single one of them.
Are they actually shards, Mallory, or they're shards? Because we were just talking about how there's the site ComL, what is it? Shokov, which is the catacombs in Alexandria, translates to mound of shards, but it probably is supposed to be mound of shards because it's probably supposed to be about terracotta pottery and not shards of glass. But welcome on in. We are talking about the Necropoli, or cemeteries of ancient Egypt. Just finishing up talking about Deir el-Medina, which is a really awesome site. Addicted not until the Ptolemaic period. That happened all the time in the Ptolemaic period, but not until that point. But then a lot of them were exiled and then came back. It's a whole. I don't know what goes on in the Ptolemaic period, but shit went down in the Ptolemaic period, and they just kept exiling pharaohs and then kept inviting them back to be pharaohs again, and it just doesn't make any sense. Listen to my podcast about Cleopatra III, and that will... No, they typically were exiled to Cyprus. They were like either exiled to Cyprus or like other places. They didn't really, which like Cyprus probably at that time was considered Greece, but it's a whole big thing. Apparently the Alexandrians held so much, like, this sounds stupid, democratic power that they could just like revolt and then they would be exiled. Like, that they would escape. Like, I don't know. It's again, listen to my podcast episode about Cleopatra III if you got access on Patreon. It's the craziest episode I've ever done. It doesn't make any sense. Her life is exponentially more crazy than Cleopatra VII, and I will argue that until the day I die. Okay. So you can visit Deir el-Medina today. I highly, highly recommend it. It's probably one of my favorite sites in Luxor today, and possibly even in all of Egypt, out of the ones I've already visited. And it is one of the most pristine examples of village life, which you're not going to see a lot in ancient Egyptian archaeology. And then the tombs themselves are so unique and really well preserved. One ticket to Deir el-Medina, I believe, will get you access to 3 different tombs, and you'll be able to wander around the site. Although you can't go into any of the actual houses, but you can go around it, and then you can also go into the temple. And then there's also one extra ticket to go and see the tomb of Pashto, which, let's just say, I followed some man into that tomb, and he started unlocking it for me, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to extra backsheesh this guy to hell. But then I realized it was the tomb of Pashto, and because I had the Luxor pass. Pashto was just a dude. He's just one of the dudes of Deir el-Medina. I don't remember his title off the top of my head. But apparently his tomb is the nicest, so it gets an extra ticket to go and see. These tombs are so much more of a tight squeeze than any other tomb that you're going to go into. There was one that I genuinely had to crawl into. Like, I literally had to slide. Like, honestly, you can sort of see it in this picture at the bottom. I had to like slide my body down a couple little steps and then was crouching pretty much the entire time. These tombs are not very tall. All right. A big section of the Theban necropolis is going to be Sheikh Ebed al-Qurna, but technically all of the other sections we're going to talk about are sometimes just called... No, Mark. I will pull out photos later, but no, I pulled these straight from the internet. I did not... Oh my gosh, another raid. Hi, welcome on in. I have some photos. I don't have a lot of photos. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Ivan. Sorry, I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. Welcome on in, Raiders. Science and technology, what were you doing today? Oh, you're set. Steph, they are... It's the week, it's like the weekend before President's Week in February. 13th to 22nd. 13th to 22nd. Steph, are you on my email list already? Because I am going to send out a new email tomorrow about the Egypt trip, because I'm trying to ramp up advertising about it, because I'm really bad at advertising. But if you're not on the list... You are now? Okay. If you aren't, send me a DM with your email. But yes, I want to make sure everyone gets on that email list, because I'm going to send out an email tomorrow. Luminance Bloom, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, Ivan. What were you doing? What were you talking about? Stream like an Egyptian? Absolutely. We're talking about block time, Plato's Parmenides. I can't see. And then Heidegger. Wow, that's a lot of fun things that I don't know what any of those are. I have played Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. The entire gameplay of me playing that is over on my YouTube. I think it's the entire gameplay. I don't think I did the DLC I think I forgot to include that yet. I can't remember. But yes, we love that game. That game was so much fun. I need them to make more DLCs, more games. But my name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology, and museum-themed games here on Twitch. And we also do guest lectures, and discussions. So today we are doing our lecture about the ancient Egyptian necropoli or cemeteries. We're currently talking about the Theban necropoli, there's 9 necropoli all joined together. But feel free to raid and rest, Ivan, but thank you so much for bringing your followers over here. And I hope you had a great rest of your day. This is Sheikh Abd al-Qurna. All of the following Theban necropoli that we are going to be talking about are collectively known as the tombs of the nobles. So they, again, you got Valley of the Kings, you got Valley of the Queens, you get Deir el-Medina, and then you get the Valley of the Nobles. You get all of these tombs that are all kind of thrown all together. Femvox fan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. No, that is not the Nile. We are so far from the Nile. I believe these are the cliffs. I'm trying to orient myself with this. Yeah. So I think these are the cliff lines. I'm honestly not sure. I pulled this from the internet. I don't know where this photo's from. I was trying to get you to see where all of the tombs are all kind of scattered about. Yeah, I think is for topography, but I'm not 100% sure. Necropolites. Yes. The nobles, it's a wide range. So it can include generals, it can include officials, it can include there is one section that actually does have pharaohs of a minor dynasty, which we'll talk about in a second, but like these are a wild range of I think even some of these are craftsmen, but for the most part, if they're a nobility, they are high officials of the pharaohs and not in that craftsman class, which typically is lower. High priests, yeah, priest level, yeah, priests absolutely. More than likely not. No. So if you're gonna talk about, like, if you're gonna say workers as in like the laborers, laborers are typically in the lowest of classes in ancient Egypt. So yes, these are rich tombs. That's why I was saying that the number 400, whatever that was, 451, is a low number considering how many people would have lived in Thebes at that time and would have died at that time. So like, again, we are only looking at these people. So we are not looking technically at the pyramid. So there is a cemetery for, well, there's several pyramids. So you're not going to get, they don't all have the same cemetery. For the Giza Plateau, there is a cemetery near the workmen's village of the Valley of the Kings. No. Ancient Egypt, the pyramids were not built by slaves. They were built by conscripted workforce of laborers. So I again have to do a little bit more research on enslavement in Egypt, but it is not a large industry in Egypt, is enslavement. Most of it actually, if they are enslaving people, it is enslaving people from other nations and bringing them into Egypt rather than, but it's not at a high population. Is that Deir el-Medina? Because we literally just talked about this. Yes, I have, but I'm not sure which one you mean, Moxie. So Sheikh Abd al-Qurna is one of the larger parts of the tombs of the nobles. Again, these don't have ancient Egyptian names, they just have these Arabic names. This is technically named after the village that once stood there. Unfortunately, the modern village of Sheikh Abd al-Qurna was mostly displaced when archaeology wanted to be done on the tombs that they were underneath. Unfortunately, the houses were kind of destroying a lot of these tombs, and there's also a lot of evidence of local Egyptians living inside of these tombs, using the tombs as living space. And so I can't remember the exact year, but it is, I feel like it's in the early 1900s. It was the Egyptian government. The Egyptian government ousted them out for the most part, but it was also a lot of the antiquities firm. It was a lot of the antiquities firm being run by not Egyptian government. Yes and no. I can't. I need to remember at the time. Let me look up when they actually got ousted, because I'm pretty sure it was already after. I'm pretty sure it was after, like, archaeology is, like, more like actually archaeology. Wow, that is the literal shortest Wikipedia that could have ever been. Village. Oh god. I'm trying to find a date, but this is proving difficult. It looks like I'm struggling to find it. Egypt doesn't control that information. That information was actually discovered by non-Egyptians, so it's not slaves. We have actually written records saying that it was not slaves that were discovered, not by Egyptians, but by Europeans who were excavating in it. I think it was mid-1900s. It's saying that, like, in the 18... Yeah, I don't know why I can't think of the date on the top of my head, but yeah, it's a mixture of it's a mixture of the influence of archaeologists and wanting to investigate the tombs and the Egyptian government stepping in because of them and ousting them. So the current Egyptian government is totally, is very, very much in support of the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, which is the ministry that looks over archaeology, and that is local ones and visiting ones. There has been a little bit of tension about visiting archaeologists. Most often than not, what you're seeing now is that for excavations to take place, usually the European or the group and such, yes, voluntary. They were paid, they were given housing, they would stay there for 3 months, and then they would go home. It's conscripted workforce, so it's like if you are being asked to be conscripted into the military, you are doing it for the support of your world and your worldview. We have written records that they were brought to Giza, given housing with their families, given food to work, and then would go home, and then another group would come in. Yes, they've excavated so there have been tensions of what slave town? Corwin, can you name me the town? Because for Giza there is a workman's village that's right there. So so the Egyptian government is very keen to do more excavations, and they sponsor many excavations for Egyptian archaeologists. What you will see now is a lot of foreign excavations will always have an Egyptian archaeologist working with them. So it'll be an Egyptian and blah, blah, blah excavation. But I've heard in the past it's been a little harder to get permits. It's also just like as things have changed over time within the system as well. I will say this, I traveled there just with my dad, and I had a very enjoyable time, and the scammers are pretty easy to just say goodbye, to just let them pass by. I had a really great, I was there for 12 days and didn't really have that much trouble, to be honest. So it really depends on where you're going, and it depends on, I don't know. I guess I just have, like, I went to school outside in New York City, so like I was just used to people coming up to me all the time, and so I just got a resting bitch face. I don't know, like I just got tough skin for that, like that. Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, it was just like me and my dad was like kind of protective of me sometimes, and I was kind of just like, no, I can handle myself. It's fine. Yeah, it's very much how you kind of carry yourself. And yeah, so all right, Synfan streams, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. So in Sheikh Abed al-Qurna, you're gonna get timed out if you continue, Corwin, okay? Just telling you right now. Nope. So, ancient Thebes was known as Waset in the ancient Egyptian history, and the city was really only heavily occupied from the Middle Kingdom and on. So although the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens do not have Middle Kingdom burials, there are Middle Kingdom burials in the tombs of the nobles. And so most of the burials are going to date from the Middle to the New Kingdom, although the vast majority are New Kingdom. When you write very, very close to Sheikh Abed al-Qurna is going to be Deir al-Bahri, which has 3 mortuary temples, one of Mentuhotep II, one of Hatshepsut, and one of Thutmose III. Mentuhotep II is the first king of the Middle Kingdom. So that shows kind of that we have some burials of the Middle Kingdom and some high officials that want to get buried near there, although that is not where he is buried himself. Most of the tombs that we'll talk about for the tombs of the nobles are going to date to the New Kingdom. We also do have some that date to the Third Intermediate Period, just after the New Kingdom. And there are so many tombs here that are impossible for me to shout out, but you can see a lot of the really cool tombs, including the tomb of Senefer, which is known as the Tomb of the Vineyards. The entire ceiling is covered in vines with grapes. There's Rekmire, there's Ramosa, there's Noct, there's Mena, there's Meketre, and this is a very popular place. Out of probably all of the tombs of the nobles, this is probably the place that is thank you guys. This is probably the place that most tourists are going to visit out of all of the tombs of the nobles. And if you say tombs of the nobles, they'll take you to Sheikh Abed al-Qurna, even though again, multiple sites are all underneath that name. 4 to 5 tombs are typically open in this section. You can kind of wander around this like very, very quickly. But there are guards and workers at each of the tombs, so you can't like break into any of the other tombs. But there's a lot of really cool. Frequently, when you're going around here, you'll see archaeology is going on, conservation is going on, and it's a really, really cool section of the necropolis. And what you see here beyond it is the mountain that is sort of the peak of this whole area, and just over this ridge is the Valley of the Kings. Valley of the Queens is over here, and Deir al-Medina is to this side of it. Next, we will go and talk about Al-Hoka. This is just north of Sheikh Abed al-Qurna. This one is super difficult to pronounce because I found out that KHs are pronounced like a H and not a K in Arabic. So I wanted to go to the site when we were in Egypt 3 years ago because there was a new tomb that had literally been opened about a week before we got there. But every time I talked to somebody, I said I want to go to Al-Hoka. They were like, what are you talking about? It's Al-Hoka, like full H's, no K's. And I was like, oh my God, it took me literally forever for this guy to understand what I was trying to talk about. And so this was also a crazy little visit and such. Yes, this was very difficult, and it took us a very long time. Technically, this map on Al Hoka is only this bottom part. The top part is actually Al Asaif, which we'll talk about next. So in this section, there are about 50 tombs from the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties. And there's about 5 from the Old Kingdom, which is actually really rare, and some from the first intermediate period. And then there are even some from the late period. So it's a wide range of some of these, but the vast majority are from the New Kingdom. And these are not as well known. Obviously, one of the newer ones that opened up, I think was for Amenemhet is his name. So there are some more that have been opened up and made really accessible to the public. I don't know if I ever told you guys this story fully when we were searching for this area, but the day that we went to go see this, we had a different driver in a different car, and he drove up, literally, like, you drive up this hill, and we drove up this area, and essentially the car... I think the car broke down. I think he like stopped for a second and then turned off the car, and then the car would not start again. And I was like trying not to panic. Minority suspect, thank you so much for the follow. I don't know where that sound alert is. It's coming eventually. But thank you so much for the follow. And essentially our car kind of broke down, and there was a guy on a motorbike like all the way on the other side of this hill, and he was shouting with our driver, and the other guy was like, yeah, it's over there, and we were like so confused. And so we just were like, you figure out the car, we're gonna go find the tomb. And so me and my dad just left this guy and just left to wander, because I'm not even joking you, I'm 99% sure this guy was not driving on a road that he was supposed to drive, because we were literally in the area of the tombs. It was genuinely a little crazy. But we eventually found a guy, he showed us, we found the tomb that we were looking for, and then at the very end we literally realized there was a parking lot right off the main road. That is where we should have gone. This man took us the completely wrong way, but it was a pretty fun little adventure. And there's only a couple tombs. I do think that they actually opened some tombs since I was there as well. Oh no, it was Neferhotep. That's what it was. Neferhotep. I'm gonna do this one very quickly. It was a very great story. He did get the car running. We were fine, but yes, it was a little janky. So this is Al Asaif. This is just north, again, this top half of this picture of Al Hoka, and it borders Deir al-Bahri, where we have those mortuary temples. And this site actually dates to later. It kind of jumps from the 18th dynasty and then to the 22nd, to the 25th, and the 26th dynasties. So into the third intermediate period and into the late period. You can visit these sites. I'm not sure how many tombs you are able to see, but you can buy a ticket to see the necropolis. There's also a separate ticket for the tomb of Pabasa, which I've heard is a pretty cool tomb. It might be this tomb. I'm not 100% sure, but it is the 26th dynasty tomb of a man who was the chief steward of the god's wife of Amun, Nitocris I, during the Saite period. And I would really like to figure out which tombs are actually open, because there are some interesting tombs. As Saif means sword. Oh, interesting. There is an interesting tomb in this area for a man named Pa-Ren Nefer, who was a close advisor of Akhenaten, and there are depictions of Akhenaten and Nefertiti in the window of appearances in his tomb. And I would really like to figure out if that is open, because I would love to go see it. I don't know if it is, but I have a feeling it's not, but that's okay. Sometimes, Moxie, in some areas, more often than not, you show the ticket when you go to the tomb, but in some of these areas there is a ticket booth at the parking lot, and you can't wander around without it. I will answer that question. We're about to have an ad in just a second, Charlotte. But we're just a tomb is where the physically or oh no, there's an ad. All right, we'll get there in a second. But put any questions in the comments. We're almost done. Maybe. Good night, Baha. Have a good rest of your night. All right, we still have 2 minutes of ads for my US friends. I want to show this image again, and we'll talk about that. Pick a number, Otto, and I'll pick a fun fact. Fun facts. Oh, this is a very good fun fact. I'm gonna save this for when we get back from the ad, because this is a good fun fact for the time. What? That's not true. Wait, I gotta Google this. Not the fun fact that you said, but there's a fun fact on the page that looks crazy. Oh, that's so bad. Pick another number. "44 seconds. Oh, okay. I'll say the other one too. That's so weird. Huh. Okay. Yes, Otto just redeemed that fun fact too, so yes. I don't think it's wrong, I just think it's not meant, it should not be in this book. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so Otto redeemed 2 fun facts. So the number 13 is tomb robbers broke into the pyramids to steal the fabulous treasures inside. To make things difficult for the robbers, pyramid builders added heavy doors of granite and built false corridors inside the pyramids. That is true, but it made me laugh. So the one right above it, it doesn't have a number, it just has a, I don't believe it. And then this is definitely, I've Googled it since. It seems to be true, but it should not be in this book. It says, a special handbook for tomb robbers called the Book of Buried Pearls gave details of hidden treasures and tips for sneaking past the spirits that guarded the dead. And I was like, what? The Book of Buried Pearls? I don't even know if Egyptians had pearls. So I looked this up. It is actually called the Book of Treasures, also sometimes called the Book of Hidden Pearls. Now, just wait. It is called the Kitab al-Kanuz, is a lost medieval Arabic manuscript from the 15th century. The manuscript is a hunter's guide noted for its mention of the Zerzura oasis, and essentially it is a collection of mystical fables from around the Middle East, and apparently it lists 400 sites in Egypt that hold hidden treasures and details the incantations needed to ward off the evil spirits who guard said treasures. But it dates to the 15th century, so it's not, like, real, I guess. And apparently it's lost. Apparently they don't have the whole thing. Like, apparently they have essentially reprintings of other stuff. Yeah, it's either, like, it's very similar to that. But yeah. But then it also says, the Egyptian Gazette, an English newspaper published in Cairo, printed a purported translation of the fragment of the manuscript relating to the Sphinx in 1904. They mistranslated the name, referring to it again as the Kitab el-Kanur. They stated that the manuscript was highly valued among Maghrebi treasure seekers. Only a few copies existed and was at least a few centuries old. The translation went as follows. And their Wikipedia has this translation of Go to the Sphinx and measure from the face southeast 12 Maliki cubits. That is to say, each cubit and a half of the greatest cubit. Search there, and you will find 2 mastabas of stone and stones scattered among them. Dig between the 2 mastabas about a man's height, and you will find a plate. Clear it from sand. Like, it's giving you all these instructions. But I don't think we even have... I don't even know what copies we have of this. That's the weirdest thing. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, it just definitely shouldn't be in this book about ancient Egypt because it's not about ancient Egypt. It's written in the 15th century. Okay, answering the 2 questions I had, which was, what's the difference between a tomb and a mortuary temple? A mortuary temple is a place typically where nobody is buried in a mortuary temple. It is a place to worship the cult of the dead king. So as you can see on this map, there are 3 mortuary temples squeezed into this section. A mortuary temple, at first, when there was pyramids, it was the pyramid temple that's attached to the pyramid. So the pyramid itself is where the person was buried. The temple outside of it is where you would worship the cult of the dead king. When they realized, hey, they should not put a giant steal my stuff here sign, which is a pyramid, they decided to split those 2 aspects of a pyramid complex and would build mortuary temples in the valley and the tombs up in the Valley of the Kings. So for this map, you have the King's Valley up here, and then this is the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, Tutmos, and Mentuhotep II. And then you can see Temple of Tutmos III, Temple of Siptah, Temple of Amenhotep II, Ramesseum, which is the Temple of Ramses the Great, Thutmose IV, Tawaseret, Menerinptah, Thutmose I, Amenhotep III, Thutmose III, Ramses, like, they're all kind of here along this section while they're all being buried up in the King's Valley. And then the other question is, how long of these are a drive? All of this, which is why I pulled up this image, this is bikeable. This is like, I don't know, probably 30 minutes down the road from each other, but not that much. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Where were we? We were in Dra Abu al Naga, which is one of my favorite words to say. No, Sloppy, because unfortunately, the kings did not think that the people that were stealing the stuff were the people who were building and decorating the tombs. So no, it does appear that most of those tombs were also looted in antiquity. The other problem is that because they are in this tight valley, that whenever there is a rain, which is rare in Egypt, but when it happens, it always usually has flash floods. That's the big thing, is that the soil is so dry that it cannot absorb water fast enough, and so you get flash floods. So if it was looted and then the door was left open, they get everything just sweeps down and brings all of this gross stuff to it. So excavating some of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings are some of the most difficult excavations because it is just packed with stuff. Zolth, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. We are talking about the Necropoli of ancient Egypt, and we are now at Dra Abu al Naga. Again, one of the parts of the tombs of the nobles in the Valley of the Kings, or in the Theban necropolis, this has been separated into the north and south Dra Abu al Naga, and it is mostly to the north of the whole necropolis. It's also one of the closest necropoli to the entrance. Oh my god! Hi! Another raid! This is crazy. This is like 4 raids. Hi, Dr. Professor! I'm so glad you're here, Soul! Happy to be here. It's a nap raid! It's a nap raid. Almantas VT, thank you so much for the follow! I know, more raiders. What were you doing? Oh my gosh, look how cute he is.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're playing Stardew. Oh, there's a clip.
Is that my cat?
Playing some Stardew. Always fun.
Give me mine. Give me the
Well, thank you so much for coming on in. For those who don't know me, my name is MelissainDeNile. I am in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology, and history-themed games here on Twitch, as well as doing lectures. And we are deep in our lecture. We're almost gonna wrap up, but we're probably gonna go to midnight. No, knowing myself and knowing all these lovely raiders that we've been getting in. We are talking about the ancient Egyptian necropoli, or cemeteries of ancient Egypt. We actually are still in the first section of this lecture, which is the necropoli that are accessible for people to go to, but we're about to wrap that up soon. We're talking about Dra Abu al Naga. So feel free, raid and rest, and if you need to, but welcome on in. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I know. We've accepted that, these lectures are like so long, I don't know, I haven't done a short lecture in a while. I think all this year, I think we've always gone to about midnight and such. So this is a part of the larger Theban necropolis, it is the closest one technically to the entrance of the Valley of the Kings. Yeah, they're just a myth. That's the funny thing about these, is that like I make these lectures for you guys. This is a 33-page note document. It's actually 1 page longer than the last lecture, which was super long. So like I don't think I would actually be able to do this in an hour, but like it definitely gets longer on Twitch, but it's definitely like might not be that long. Space Bagworm, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Yes, Prime Operative, what is your question? Yeah, I was gonna say that we're looking at 10 hours. Absolutely. Is there a goo? Prime Operative, did you, good water supply. Okay, good. That's what I thought. So yes and no. There are certain sites that have like a dedicated rest area. Valley of the Kings has a dedicated rest area. It's actually a little like kind of mini restaurant and gift shop, and there's a second floor where you can kind of sit and relax. It's actually really, really nice. And they also have a visitor center. They have so that's like in the valley, and then they have a visitor center down at the kind of the beginning of the valley. Temple of Hatshepsut has a really great visitor center and restrooms and such. It's kind of funny the more I think about it. I don't know if I went to the restrooms in Valley of the Kings. Yes, you missed that. That was like literally 13 minutes into the stream, Mark. It was fairly, he was out in, he was in real life and, excavating in Utah this morning. So, today. But yeah, there is a lot of the sites have like restrooms. I don't think any of these tombs do. Sometimes they have a little building out by the parking lot, but I don't think they had restrooms. I don't know about Abu Simbel. I have not been to Abu Simbel, but I think they have a visitor center of some sort. But yeah, Valley of the Kings has a really nice place. Hatshepsut, actually we went back to Hatshepsut once because I knew that we could kind of go there and relax. But some of these other tombs don't have stuff. It's a very good question. And a lot of the times though, when you do go to the restroom, sometimes you have to pay for toilet paper, so you always want to bring toilet paper with you. I had to pay for toilet paper in Memphis's open air museum. Ironically though, I also didn't go to the bathroom in Giza. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I went to the bathroom anywhere except my hotels. Yeah, you do. I will admit, I am one that I can hold my pee like as long as humanly possible. I know, but I also wasn't able to bring a water bottle often with me the whole time because it was too. I couldn't carry it. I had a really small bag. No, I always should. That's a universal thing that does not apply when I'm just in Egypt. but we're gonna be honest. I went to a Girl Scout camp for years where I didn't want to. I went to a Girl Scout camp for years where I didn't want to pee in the latrines. So I have learned to hold my pee in it's so bad for me. But if I need to, I will. I don't go to the bathroom at the Renaissance Fair. I can train myself pretty well. Oh God. I've been training my whole life for this. Yes, exactly. I only just realized that now, though. I was like, wait a second. I don't remember going to the bathroom in the Valley of the Kings, and I was there for like just 5 hours. The other thing is that, like, we were only outside when we did our trip, especially in Luxor. We were really only outside from around 8. We left it at like about 8 a.m. every day, and then we would leave about 1 o'clock. So it was we'd only been out there for that long, and then we'd go back to the hotel. So it wasn't that long. All right, I've lost my full train of thought. Okay. So out of all of the sections of the Tombs of the Nobles and out of the whole sections of the Theban Necropoli, this is actually one of the longest occupied necropoli, which I didn't really realize until I was doing this research, because it was continuously used between the Middle Kingdom and then all the way into the early Christian and Coptic periods of ancient Egypt, which I did not realize how late that went. So some of the oldest tombs date to the 11th dynasty, which is around 2000 BCE, and then some of the latest date to around 500 CE. So it's a 2,500 year old cemetery, which is crazy. It's also really interesting is that this is the section where we do have some pharaonic burials. It's the only area outside of the Valley of the Kings or the Valley of the Queens where we have pharaohs being buried. And these are pharaohs of the late 17th and early 18th dynasty pharaohs. And they potentially even had small pyramid tombs or pyramid-like tombs. But they're really badly preserved. But we know that they were buried probably in this area because the mummies of these pharaohs and these royals were found in the different caches in Deir el-Bahri and in the Valley of the Kings. So this includes all the pharaohs that defeated the Hyksos people, so Kamos, Amos, Ahahotep. A lot of those pharaohs were probably buried in Dra-Abul Naga. Again, remember, this is before the Valley of the Kings was ever established as the place of burials for the pharaohs. So this was the place they chose before that. You can go and visit Dra-Abul Naga. The museum websites don't list the tombs that are essentially open, but there's a ticket. There's 2 separate tickets, one for the northern area and one for the southern area. There are a lot of really important tombs in this area, and I was really sad that we didn't get to make it to this area when I was there. Just too many tombs. There's two very small sections of this necropoli as well. So there's Kernet Morai. This is just south of Sheikh Abd al-Qurna. This is mainly used as a cemetery in the New Kingdom and the late period, and honestly, I cannot find much information about what tombs are open. I do recognize some of the most famous ones as the tomb of Ahotep Hui. Is a really popular one, but it apparently is open to the public. You can buy a separate ticket that just covers this area, but I can't find any information about which tombs are open. And as you can see, this is portion of the modern villages that were here, but you can see tombs are here, tombs are there, and tombs are all back here as well. And then the last section is an area called El Tarif. This I didn't really even know about because it's not really talked about a lot in comparison to some of these other ones. It is the most northern point of the tombs, just southwest of the modern village of At Tarif, which is where I suspect the name comes from. And also is one of the older parts of the necropoli. It has some Old Kingdom tombs that date even as far back as the 4th and 5th dynasty. probably when this was the capital of the Nome in this area. They probably have associations with that. And then we also have First Intermediate Period, Middle Kingdom, and Second Intermediate Period tombs as well, which is an image that you can see here. Dates the Intermediate Period. And it seems to have been most popular during the 11th dynasty, where the local rulers were creating rock-cut tombs in this area. And this includes the tombs of Intef I and Intef II, who were kings in the 11th dynasty during that First Intermediate Period. And this area is also known for developing a new type of tomb, which is the tomb that you see here on the ridge on this side. And this is called a Saf tomb. Saf in this case means rose in Arabic, and essentially these are tombs that are really long and have these multiple doorways with these covered porticos before you enter the actual tomb. And so this tomb that you can see up here is one of those Saf tombs. The skirts are just pointy. I don't know what to just, I don't know. They starched it a lot. I'm not sure. This is either Intef the First or Intef the Second. I don't know which one, but it's one of them. I did include this in this section because the reason I included this last in the Theban Necropolis section is that this is the only area that I don't believe you can access any of the tombs. I wasn't even really able to find any list of the tombs that are located in this area, though one of the articles said that there are around 250 in this area. But it appears that this is the one section of the Theban Necropolis that is not accessible. I would have to check on that personally. I think it could be for multiple tombs. Well, 250 also means it could be a tiny little burial shaft that has no decoration or anything. I don't know what that means. But by tombs can also mean burials in some of these cases. So it's like, is it just a normal pit burial or is it a tomb? I'm not sure. It could include all those. As it is for most part in the Theban Necropolis, you can probably only enter less than 20 tombs. Maybe less than 30. And again, there are 65 tombs in the Valley of the Kings. You can only enter 12. Hiya, Sage Orange. How are you? I would have to check this Prime Operative. I think this is potentially like 2, but this might just be 1. I can't remember. This might be one but it's a family tomb, so it's got like a son and a dad and a son, but I'm not sure. Most Saf tombs have like maybe 5 entrances, maybe 6 or something. Stuff is good. We're given a lecture about ancient Egyptian cemeteries. Sloppy, in some cases, yes. It's kind of weird. Like, it is very weirdly open, and it feels like you kind of could like wander around that whole area, and it's a little confusing because in some cases there is a person sitting at the entrance of the car park of like the parking lot that will let you into the space, but there's like not really any gates or anything. And I would be too nervous to just like totally wander around, but there were some times that we were completely and utterly alone and kind of wandering around. Yes, papyrus, not books, so like not like a book, but papyrus scrolls absolutely have been found in tombs, in some of these, and some of the, although a lot of them, I feel like a lot of papyrus tends to be found in completely random ways, usually on the art market for the most part. But there are instances of it being found in tombs themselves, for sure. All right, I think we have like 2 or 3. Yeah, I have 3 more of the visitable necropoli, and 2 of them are south of they're all in Lower Egypt, but sorry, Upper Egypt. 2 are south of Thebes. So this is Kubet el Hawa. This is located near Aswan, so in the very south of modern day Egypt. Kubet el Hawa means the dome of the wind in Arabic, and so it's also referred to as the air dome. And the name derives from the tomb of an Islamic sheikh, which is at the very, very top of the hill. And you can see this monument here at the top of the hill. And even though it is named after this specific burial of this Islamic sheikh, it has been used as a necropolis for thousands of years before. So as of July 2022, there have been about 100 tombs found in this area, with the majority dating to the Old Kingdom around the 4th dynasty. And I will admit, this always surprises me because I really thought that Aswan only became a really big city in like the New Kingdom and on. And the more I've realized is that it has been heavily occupied from the Old Kingdom all the way through ancient Egyptian history. You just don't typically, most of the stuff that's down in Aswan that you hear about is either New Kingdom or Greco-Roman period. So you don't really hear about any stuff happening before that time. So a lot of these tombs that are for governors who ruled the Upper Egyptian Nomes here, or for people that are going on royal expeditions to the south and are bringing stuff back. That picture is, I think, the Nile, because I think Kubet el Hawa is north of the dam. I might have to double check on that one. I'm not sure. Let me do a quick Google. I'm pretty sure it's north of the dam. I took my fake nails off and I haven't put the new pair on, and I literally can't type without them, and it's actually kind of hysterical. Yes, it is north of the dam. So this is it's a photo. It's on the western bank of Aswan, but there's nothing really on that side on the western bank, and so no, this is a good question. I didn't know where it was either. It is like, this is very bad, but it is on the western bank, and going backwards, the dam is there. There's the dam. So yeah, it is on the western bank of Aswan, and they're taking it. This is a picture of the Nile from either side. So yeah, oh, that's why. Okay, so I was looking at this picture and I was really confused. What it actually is this is the, these are the portions that are rock cut. I thought, for a second I was like, oh, you enter from the left here, but you're actually entering the tombs from the right, because then there's the north arrow in this side. So I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But yes, it's on the west bank of the Nile from Aswan. So yeah, you get a mixture of the governors who are ruling out of this city, and then you also get anybody who is going on royal expeditions to the south, going down into Nubia to get gold or other products. And there's only one known tomb dating to the first intermediate period, but then there are several from the Middle Kingdom for the leaders in Elephantine, which is the historic name for Aswan. And then there's at least one tomb dating to the New Kingdom, but the vast majority are Old Kingdom, which always surprises me. There are ongoing excavations with major discoveries in 2019 of 10 crocodile mummies, and then they have found new tombs in this area in 2020 and 2025. And apparently, yes, you can visit some of these tombs. It is an option on the Egyptian Monuments Ticket website, which is where I was using a lot of my sources for what is open at the moment. It appears probably because around in 2022, an Egyptian German mission had prepared several tombs for viewing and adding modern lighting, guide signs, paved paths to get to the tombs. I don't know which tombs, I don't know how many tombs, but it said several of the tombs have been prepped for people to come and visit. Next, we have El Kab. So El Kab is located in between Luxor and Dendera. Why did I say Aswan? It's located between... Oh, no, wait, no. It is... Luxor's not on this map. Sorry. It is located between Luxor, which is in between here, and Aswan. It is south of Luxor. and it is nearby the ancient city of Nekheb, which is referring to the goddess of Upper Egypt, Nekhbet. Yes, prime operative. So almost all... Oh, sorry guys, I have like the burps. Almost all necropoli are on the west bank of the Nile. There are some exceptions to the fact, but almost every single one is on the west bank of the Nile because that is where they believed the afterlife was. It was in the west. There are definitely some exceptions to the fact, but most of them are on the west bank. So it seems that the name Nekheb became Enkab in Coptic, which then derives into El Kab today. So it actually almost probably directly comes from the ancient name of the city, which is kind of rare, honestly. This is very close to the city of Hierakonpolis, also known as Nekhen. It's a very large pre-dynastic city, so a lot of these burials date to the pre-dynastic period. There is a very wide range, though. There are some also from the Second Intermediate period to the New Kingdom. So this is where Hierakonpolis Tomb 100, the first tomb that, the oldest tomb with painted wall reliefs, was found in Hierakonpolis, which is essentially in this area. And then the Egyptologist Kibel investigated a cemetery to the east where he found buried skeletons who were not mummified and faced east. Close, but no. But we will cover a potential place where maybe the Scorpion King could have been. That's actually the last site we're going to talk about, is where more pre-dynastic burials are. But there are definitely a lot of important ones in this area. Then there's a completely other section of this cemetery that includes tombs from the 16th, 17th, and 18th dynasties, mainly for the governors of the Nome that was located here. And essentially, since they bridge that gap of the Hyksos rule of Egypt in the Second Intermediate period, there are actually officials who are buried at the site who participated in the wars against the Hyksos and during the reunification of Egypt in the New Kingdom. So there's a lot of really interesting texts that have been found in these tombs that talk about the battles of the Hyksos, which is really, really important for telling that sort of history. Yes and no, Charlotte. Everything outside of the Nile River Valley is desert. So the ancient people and the modern peoples could not live that far away from the Nile River. And to top it all off, in certain parts of the Nile, there is a very steep, like you're in a valley. You have the river in the middle, which is small, and then you have the areas of irrigation, and then you have this kind of cliffs on either side. That typically is sort of in the southish area. You don't really get that at the very top. But yes, unless you are living in one of the oases, which are typically in the western desert, you can't live that far off the Nile. And so when you look at some of these especially some of the necropoli, they are a little bit further from the river because nobody's actively living there, so they don't need water. Like there's no real active, like anything that they would need in these mortuary temples or tombs is being brought into these spaces. Yeah, I mean murals or inscriptions in the tombs, more than likely. Papyrus and scrolls are really rare. Certain tombs will have a full biography of a person carved into the wall or painted on the wall. So it's less likely to find papyrus or scrolls with that. Papyrus is usually really reserved for books of the dead. And in some cases, papyrus is very expensive, so it's really only used for a very select amount of things. But yeah, they don't go too far off the Nile because you will die. Yeah, so this has a very interesting mixture of pre-dynastic and then these around the time of the Hyksos burials, which is super interesting. You can visit some of the tombs here. Again, not sure how many are open to the public, not sure which ones. For some reason on some of the Egypt Monuments website, it's being listed in Aswan, but it's pretty far north of S1, so I don't think it's probably like a day trip from S1 to go and see these tombs if you wanted to. The last visitable site we are going to talk about is going to be Tuna El Gabel, or Tun El Gabel. There's kind of two ways to say it. And this is located northeast of the city of Minya in Upper Egypt. And this is the necropolis for the city of Khnum, or also called Hermopolis Magna. Even though this city was occupied all throughout the Pharaonic period, most of the burials date to the late period, Ptolemaic, and Roman periods. And the late period necropolis is actually mostly an animal cemetery, which we talked about a little bit earlier, mostly for ritual mummies of ibises and baboons representing the god Thoth. But there are also evidence of some other bird mummies found in this site already. The necropolis then gets way bigger during the Ptolemaic period. This is where two brothers and priests of Thoth built these larger tombs. These guys were named Pet Osiris and Jed Thoth Euf Ankh. Pet Osiris, I did a TikTok video about Pet Osiris because his coffin is in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, and it has this beautiful inlay of the hieroglyphs in all of these precious stones. It's like gorgeous. But Pet Osiris and his brother Jedthoth Euf Ankh actually later become deified as gods later kind of in the Roman period, and their tombs become these actual big pilgrimage sites for people to go and visit, again in the very late Roman period. But it's still a very fascinating I don't know how like somebody very random sort of becomes deified, but he does. There's also a really interesting tomb at this site for a woman named Isidora, who lived during the Roman period. CB the Great, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. This tomb for the woman named Isidora, who lived during the Roman period, there's apparently a legend about her falling in love with a soldier and eloping with him until she drowned trying to cross the river. And so there's a little local legend about her tomb. There's also a separate group of tombs just south of this village called the Fraser Tombs. And these are named after the British civil engineer who first described them. And these date to the much earlier 4th or 5th dynasties. And apparently, yes, you can visit the tomb of Pet Osiris and some others in Tuna El Gabel, and then you can also go and visit the Fraser tombs. Though again, both of these are off the typical tourist track, being sort of in upper middle Egypt, a little bit further from typically where you would go. Oh my god. Okay. We still have so much to talk about, but we're almost there. We now need to talk about the minor necropoli. So these are the ones that you typically cannot visit as a tourist, but they are still important enough that I want to talk about. There are some exceptions. There are some of these that you can go and visit if you are on a special tour that essentially gets permits to film, or to permits to bring people to the site. There are some exceptions. You do see people get permits to excavate them or to film them for documentaries, and so they are accessible in some ways, but they are not. You can't just rock up to these pyramids or these tombs to go and see them, like you can the ones that we just mentioned. Any questions so far? I'm gonna take like a full 2-minute drink. Good night, friend at arms. Go be nice to the sleepy. Absolutely. This will get posted hopefully this week on YouTube, so you can finish watching it or finish watching the VOD afterwards. Yes, this is a much easier map to see the desert area. This also is a map specifically that was developed recently because of some studies where this is where the modern Nile River is. The river obviously is shifting heavily in between, but there is also a pretty strong theory that there was an ancient branch of the Nile that was not a canal, but was an actual branch of the Nile that ran up through this area and almost directly attached these pyramid complexes to the river itself. Okay, let's start again with some pyramids. So the first of these sites that you cannot go and see is Abu Ruwash. So this is the most northerly, I can't speak, but the most northern pyramid site in Egypt. Mostly just has ruined pyramids, unfortunately. It is today known as Abu Ruwash. In Coptic, it was called Rosi, maybe, which apparently means flesh of sensual pleasures. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me what the Coptics were doing. I don't know. They were doing something weird. But yeah, that is apparently why the site is called that. Okay. So this is mainly an Old Kingdom site. There are some burials that date back to the First Dynasty, so the early dynastic period. And there are two... So I am not sure, I do not speak Arabic, but that particular translation was Coptic, which is different than Arabic. But I am not sure. It might be father, but I'm not sure. But yeah, the flesh of sensual pleasures was Roshi, but that's Coptic, not Arabic. So slightly different. But it also is so close that it's probably why it's called that, but it might, I don't know what it actually means in Arabic. So, there are two pyramids on the site. One is only known as Lepsius Pyramid 1, and then there's also the pyramid of Jedef-Re, who was the son of Khufu. And he ruled very, very shortly in between Khufu and Khafre, who is also the son of Khufu. And although some scholars thought they thought that Jedef-Re's pyramid had never been completed. Actual recent excavation says that it was completed and it later was collapsed or it was quarried. And it was probably as large as Menkare's pyramid in Giza. There's also a boat pit at this site that was discovered. And it essentially seems that in the New Kingdom, and into the Roman and Christian eras, people just stole the rocks, stole all the stones, and that is why the pyramid looks so sad. There's also about 50 mastabas on the site, though they are not close to the pyramids like those in Giza. They're actually kind of far away. Thank you, Sloppy, for the follow. Welcome on in. So yeah, for some reason, these mastabas are nowhere near the pyramids. They most likely date to the 4th dynasty, with other burials from the 5th and 6th dynasties, as well as a few from the Middle Kingdom. So for some reason, they were just not built near the pyramids themselves. Probably because they were not in direct association with the builders of those pyramids. Like, they were not people who wanted to be buried close to Jedef-Re because they worked under him. Then we have Ziwat El Aran, which is a super interesting site. This is just south of Giza and north of, you can see where the 3 pyramids of Giza are, and you can see where Ziwat El Aran is. And this is technically part of the larger Memphite necropolis, very close to where Memphis was originally located. And essentially in this area, there are these kind of 5 cemeteries along with 2 unfinished pyramids. So the cemeteries mainly date from the 1st, 2nd, late 3rd, and 18th dynasties, as well as the Roman period. So very long-ranging, being used in this like it's being used for a long, long time. The cemetery dating to the late 3rd dynasty contains some of the largest tombs, having 4 mud brick mastabas. And then there are 2 pyramids in this area. One is called the Layer Pyramid, and one is unironically called the Unfinished Pyramid. The Layer Pyramid probably dates to the 3rd dynasty. It's probably built by a guy named King Kaba. It was also probably meant to be a step pyramid, maybe 5, maybe 7 steps. So this is, again, we talked about this when we were way ago, that like most of the pyramids are built as true pyramids, but there are some even after the true pyramids were built that were, although actually no, that's a 3rd dynasty pyramid. So that is before Seneferu. Seneferu is the last pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, and Khufu is the first pharaoh of the 4th dynasty. So actually this predates Seneferu's pyramid, which would make it also a step pyramid. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, step pyramids are first. So the first pyramid is Djoser, step pyramid of Djoser in Saqqara. We covered that second in this lecture. And then obviously there are a couple, this one is in between those, but then the next biggest ones are going to be built by Seneferu, which are the Meidum pyramid, which collapsed, the Bent pyramid, which is bent in the middle, and the Red pyramid, which is the first smooth-sided pyramid. And then you get Giza, comes after that. But obviously this one is sort of in between, this Layer pyramid. And then the Unfinished pyramid only really has an underground chamber that was completed before the pyramid was essentially abandoned. I think that's what this is a picture of that. And essentially because of this, we don't even know what pharaoh was meant to be here. We think it dates to the 4th dynasty. This one says Nebka. We don't really know. And yes, unfortunately, you cannot visit these sites. Now, Abu Sir is really cool, and honestly, it's probably the one that I'm the most disappointed that you can't go and see at the moment. I feel like I heard rumors that maybe they're going to attempt to open this up more to the public. So this is just south of Giza. It is another smaller pyramid field. It did have an actual ancient Egyptian name. It's called the Per Wesir, meaning the house of Osiris. In Coptic, it was called the Busiri, meaning the resting place of Osiris. And then that later becomes Abu Sir. So actually, the name is going straight from ancient Egyptian, which is really cool. And Abu Sir is specifically named after the village that's nearby, but almost exactly, it sounds like very similar. So this mainly has pyramids and tombs, as well as sun temples dating to the 5th dynasty. And this is essentially when the Giza plateau becomes too full and they don't have any time to fit. They don't have any place to fit their pyramids. So there are also some earlier tombs from the early dynastic period, but most of the stuff is the late Old Kingdom. And that includes the pyramids of Sahu-Re, Nefer-Ir-Karer-Kakai, and Niuserre. And then the unfinished pyramids of Nefer-F-Re, oh my god, I can't say that. And the another unfinished pyramid. Probably of Shepses-Kare. Yeah, they could have been, they're definitely not as tall as the bigger hypostyle halls, but yes, that would have been the pyramid temple, which would have been part of the mortuary. What protection from what? Shah is 86. What do you mean? Protection from what? There are also 2 sun temples. You can see the Sun Temple of Niuserre and the Sun Temple of Userkaf. Technically, those are in a separate section called Abu Ghurab, which is just north of Abu Sir, but they're on this map. So they literally abut each other. A Sun Temple was a specific temple only made during the 5th dynasty. I think we know about 6 of them, and only 2 have ever been found, which are these 2. And they are specifically temples to worship the sun god Ra. There's also a temple built by one of the Ramses. It's probably Ramses II. And then there's also a Saite Persian cemetery nearby. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of different types of amulets, Shahs. It depends on what you are specifically trying to ward off, but amulets are definitely some of the best ways to do that, and they can be amulets either in the shape of a certain specific motif, protective motif, like an ankh or a Isis knot or a jed pillar, or it can be a particular god or goddess, depending on what you want to protect yourself from. Oh, I can't. I just keep burping. Okay, next one. Mazgahuna. Mazgahuna is one of my favorites because it is so mysterious and we'll never have any answers, which makes me mad at the same time. So I've talked about this site sometimes, but like this is an absolute tourist no-go, and I'll explain why. It is because it is now the location of a military camp. So this is like the absolute no-go. Not even archaeologists can go, unfortunately. So this is called Mazgahuna or Al Mazgahuna. It is south of Dashur. You can see it here. This is where you can see all of it. Sawat, Al Aran, Abu Ghurab, Abu Sir, North Saqqara, South Saqqara, Dashur, and Memphis, the city. So this is a very small site. It's not well excavated, but it is home to 2 mud brick pyramids, probably dating to the Middle Kingdom. Both were unfinished. Barely even the bases of the pyramids were built. Pretty much all they had was like their underground chambers that were carved out. The suggestion is that they may have been built for Amenemhet IV and or Sobek Neferu, who was a female pharaoh. But unfortunately, it is now on a military site, and supposedly they are now using the pits as massive trash chutes. I don't know how much that rumor is true, but I've heard not great things about them, unfortunately. Moving on to Lisht. So this is the site of El Lisht or Lisht. It is a little, I believe, so that photo I believe is after the only excavations that were done of the site. I'm not 100% sure, but I think those are old photos of that. So not the government, but specific groups. Yes. The thing with LiDAR is useful. Like LiDAR absolutely can be used in Egypt, but I'm going to be honest, LiDAR is really best used for going through the tree line. So LiDAR is best used in areas of heavy foliage. When you genuinely, if you just go on Google Maps right now or Google Earth, like you can see a shit ton of stuff. LiDAR can help with that, but it's not going to be great. In most senses, it's really helpful in dense forests and dense rainforests to look for the topography of the earth and the objects underneath it. Yeah, Mesoamerican, South American jungles. It absolutely has been used in Egypt. It has, but I don't think it is as necessary as it is for other types of archaeology. So Sloppy, I have a whole series. Depending on what other social media you have, I post videos, short form videos on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and I do a whole series called Egypt News. And so every time that there is a new discovery announced, there will be one going out tomorrow on my TikTok, and then it will get reposted later on the other 3. But I post Egypt News all the time, and there is always new things getting discovered. Always. So Lisht, or El Lisht, is a little north of the city of Meidum. So we're down here. We are now south of kind of the Memphis necropolis. You don't use YouTube? I always thought YouTube was at least the most accessible, but all of my Egypt News videos are in a giant playlist on YouTube. You don't need to have an account. You can just watch them all the way through. But yes, I do always post Egypt News content and such. Yes, YouTube, I have a whole channel. I post a lot of stuff on there. It gets reposted, but my Egypt News always goes out there as well. So you can check out those. It's always like, I'm totally fine with people not being on social media, but not watching YouTube videos is a little like, that's a little thing that I'm like, Really? Really? Like, I understand not being on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok, but I'm like, YouTube? What do people do in their daily lives? It's like people who don't have the internet. I'm like, okay, you do you. I just can't fathom that. I had somebody who asked about buying something from, like, buying a commission, and he was like, I don't have a debit card. And I'm like, how do you not have a debit card but you have a Discord? I was like, how do you not have a debit card but you have a Discord? Like, obviously you don't need a debit card for Discord, but it just, like, I don't know. It didn't make any sense to my brain. I felt bad. I was like, okay. So, okay, where am I? I'm fading fast, y'all, but we're almost there. How many pages we got left? Three pages left. Okay, we're almost there. So Lisht is probably close to, if you guys remember from our Cities of Ancient Egypt lecture, there was a very short-lived capital called Ititawi that we actually don't know where it was located. And there's a high chance it also wasn't a full capital city. It was possibly just like a palace city. Essentially, it is probably in this location of Lisht. It's very close somewhere. We just don't know exactly where it is. And so this is probably one of the main necropoli for that city. It is, the modern village nearby is called Al-Isht. So it probably got its name from that city. And the necropolis in this area dates to the Middle Kingdom, mainly the 12th and 13th dynasties. It features two main pyramids. Yes, we covered Tanis a little bit earlier because there's not a large necropoli there, but there's like the Tanis treasures. But yes, we covered Tanis a little bit earlier today. So there are two main pyramids. So we have the Pyramid of Amenemhet here in the south, and we have the Pyramid of Senwosret I in the north. The Pyramid of Amenemhet is a mud brick pyramid. It's now ruined very heavily. Stones from the pyramids of Khufu, but here's the really interesting thing, is that stones from the pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, Unis, and one of the Pepis have been found at this site. So telling us that they are just stealing rocks from so many other sites to build their pyramids in the Middle Kingdom. And then there are several tombs and a mastaba found around it. So you can see tombs from the Old Kingdom over here. There's also apparently a Muslim cemetery. The Greco-Roman tombs are over here. And then when you look up here, you have the Pyramid of Senusret I, who is the son of Amenemhet I. And he builds a much larger, but mostly in ruins today, pyramid with other mastabas surrounding it as well. Okay, there's gonna be an ad again. Oh. Okay. All right. We only have one, two. We have three left. We don't have that many. Okay. We will wait for the ad, but any questions, throw them out here, and I'll answer them after the ad. But if you have any questions about any part of ancient Egypt, so throw them out. It does not matter. We only got 3 locations to talk about left. Talk about less. Oh no, the ad hasn't started yet. It's starting in about a minute. So they're not really cemeteries, but there are some ruins in the Sinai, mostly for mining towns. We covered some locations in a previous lecture that's on my YouTube now. Part 2 of the cities and nomes of ancient Egypt. We talk about some locations in the Sinai. Yeah, not mostly again for mining towns. They do date to the Pharaonic period, but there aren't any like big cities or pharaoh's tombs or anything like that. It is very deserty and rocky and mountainous over there, so there's not a lot going on. No, there's no planetary or star alignment of pyramids. There's something called the Orion correlation theory, which is an unproved theory that is not based in any reality, unfortunately. Oh, now I have to pee really bad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while we are in this ad. I'll be back. Okay. Almost out of the ad. We got so many new followers. We gained like, can't do the math, like 30 followers. Very kind and so nice to have new people. Okay, 16 seconds. Oh my god, we're almost there, guys. I'm definitely gonna have to end at midnight though, because I have to wake up tomorrow early. I did not plan this lecture well with my schedule. All right, last three. Let's talk about. So this is Lahoun, and this is sort of like, I'm sort of considering these as part of the kind of Fayum Oasis, although they are slightly not fully in the Fayum Oasis. And I will say, I don't want to gloss over the Fayum mummy portraits, which have been found at a variety of sites in and around the oasis, mostly, again, dating to the Ptolemaic and Roman periods of Egypt. But there are, they are found kind of very scattered. They're not always in sort of the same cemeteries. But I mainly want to talk about a few of the sites that have, like, larger pyramids and larger complexes and such. I was gonna say, today I didn't get up that early, but tomorrow I have a field trip before work. I have to run a field trip for adults, a grown-up field trip as we call it. So I have to actually wake up on time to get there and also figure out how to set up, because it's the first time I'm ever doing a program like this. So it's gonna be fun. So for this site, there's Lahoun and Hawara. Those are kind of the two that are associated with pretty close to the Fayum Oasis, but there are obviously many, many other cemeteries within that area. So El Lahoun, which is also known as Lahoun and even Cahoon, is actually a name coined by Petrie. And this site is at the entrance of the Fayum, and it's technically closer to the Nile itself than the actual oasis, but it's at sort of that entrance of the oasis. The city and the area around the necropolis was called the Ra Henet, or the mouth or the opening of the canal, because, as we learned with our in our lecture about the Fayum Oasis and other cities and necropoli, the Fayum Oasis they originally built a canal to connect the oasis to the Nile, and it was probably naturally built or man-made, and then kind of flooded and then opened it up again. The burials at this site date mainly to the Middle Kingdom and then into the 13th dynasty, and then jumping to the New Kingdom as well. So the largest tomb is the Pyramid of Lahoun, or the Pyramid of Senuseret II. It is a mud brick pyramid, so really only the core of the pyramid survives today, which you can see here in the image. There's also a subsidiary pyramid on one side and many different mastabas around the pyramid. There are also some cemeteries between the pyramid and the town, including some pit burials and then some more elite tombs, most of these dating to the Middle Kingdom, but one cemetery does date to the Roman period. I probably should have talked about the city more during our other lectures, because Petrie was actually able to excavate a very extensive city of the town of Cahoon, which he named this because it was similar to Lahoun. And he actually was able to excavate a pretty cool city from this area, but I forgot to talk about it. The next one is going to be just south of Crocdiliopolis, closer to Lahoun, again at that entrance of the oasis, and this is called Hawara, or Hawara al-Makta. Most of the burials for this one date to the Middle Kingdom, but there are probably a good amount of Greco-Roman burials found nearby as well. And then the largest is the Pyramid of Amenemhet III, which he built after he built the Black Pyramid. Excavations have not been done in this pyramid that recently, because a lot of the chambers of the pyramid are filled with rising groundwater. This is also where people think that the legendary Labyrinth of Egypt is located, even though more than likely it is just here, and it is the pyramid temple of the complex. And there is a pretty strong theory that the the portion, it's a whole Herodotus thing. It's this thing called the Labyrinth, and they joked that the Minotaur, like, they joked all this stuff, and it is more than likely just a big pyramid temple that has a lot of little tiny chambers. Blackheart Mike, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. But it was probably ruined by the Ptolemaic period, where they actually took stones from it to build the city of Crocdiliopolis. So some there is some Egyptian ruins, but unfortunately a lot of them have been flooded by Lake Nasser, which formed after the building of the Aswan High Dam. So they were mostly forts. They weren't really cities, they were big forts. The fort of it's not Buto. Buhen. The fort of Buhen was one of the biggest ones, and unfortunately it flooded underneath. There is a high chance that, Herodotus are like, some of them are metaphors, not meant to take literally. To be honest, I more interpret that Herodotus wrote every, wives' tale down. He did talk to people very actively, and he wrote things down, but he took every wives' tale and he wrote it down like it was literal. And it also doesn't help that then historians were taking everything he said as gospel for many, many years without sort of thinking about it and interpreting it as either a metaphor or as hearsay. Because again, he makes, when it comes to Egypt especially, like, I also don't judge Herodotus. I don't know anything about Herodotus talking about other than Egypt. I don't like him because of what he talks about Egypt, but I am sure everything he talks about Greece is fine. Like, I'm sure it is, because again, he is observing what is actively going around him, and so he is a great example for what is going on in Greece. But the problem is that he is asking he's asking the current people living in Egypt about what was happening thousands of years ago, which is not going to give you an accurate story. And so he is making these broad, wide assumptions about something that occurred in Egypt the entire time, when it probably was actually happening when he was talking to those people, but it didn't happen any time before that. Like, that's the problem with Herodotus when it comes to Egypt, is that he is putting too many thoughts on the entirety of the history of Egypt, when he can only really reasonably say that that is happening in the last 50 years, if that makes sense. So the Labyrinth of Egypt was this maze, and they joked that it was similar to the one with the Minotaur, and it appears that it is most likely just the pyramid temple attached to the pyramid of Hawara. If it even is this, it doesn't even actually say where the labyrinth is. It's just people have associated it with this location. There are also several tombs for officials and royalty, including the intact tomb of the daughter of Amenemhet III named Nefer-u-Ptah in this area as well. And the last, but honestly probably one of the coolest sites. There's obviously so many more that we can talk about, but I feel like I wanted to finish with a really cool site, and one of the oldest sites. This is Abydos, and then specifically the necropoli is called el-Kab. And this was the necropolis for the city of Abeju, which is the city of Abydos. So today, you technically can go and visit Abydos, and you can see the really awesome temple of Seti I and Ramses II, as well as look into the Osirion. Although you cannot go into the Osirion, which is again a replica of a tomb of Osiris. And then it does appear that along with those sites, you can also go to a fort site that is in the area called Shunet el Zabib. You can go to this fort site as well. But the larger necropolis is called el-Kab. And I don't really think any of this is really available to go and visit in the public today. I could be proven wrong, but there's not much there, unfortunately, to really go and see. But yes, this could possibly be the Scorpion King, although I don't think we've identified anything specifically with him, but this dates to the right time period of the Scorpion King. So this mostly dates to the pre-dynastic period as well as the early dynastic period, and is the main cemetery for the kings of this time period, like the first and second dynasties. So it's probably founded around Naqada I period, so around 4000 BCE, and there are several different cemeteries in this area. Honestly, I do not know. The whole big thing with the Scorpion King is that we don't know a lot about him. So maybe there were 3, but I honestly don't know. A lot of these pharaohs we know little to nothing about, we're gonna be honest. And I want everyone to understand, the only reason we call him the Scorpion King is that we don't know the phonetic sound for the glyph of a scorpion. Let that set in. We don't know what the phonetic sound was associated with the glyph of a scorpion. His name is not Scorpion King. His name is some phonetic that is a shape of a scorpion. Like Narmer is a catfish and a chisel. Nar and Mur. Those two phonetically equal Narmer. He is not known as catfish sickle. catfish chisel. That's not his name. So yeah, we don't know exactly what his name was. It's just a placeholder at this point. So as you can see, there are quite a lot. These are all the really famous big tombs of the pharaohs, and then we also have Cemetery U on this side. Catfish chisel. That's like a huge Easter egg if anyone figures out that catfish chisel is Narmer, to be honest. So this Cemetery U has 17 pre-dynastic kings from the Nakata 3 period. I can't talk anymore, I'm so tired. So Tomb UJ, that is one of the ones that I was talking about before. You can see it here on the map. Tomb UJ is one of the most important in this section as it is the largest with 12 separate chambers. And there are around 2,000 ceramic vessels were found here, nearly 1/3 being imported from Palestine. And that is with the tomb probably being looted. There are still 2,000 ceramic vessels being found there. It also has some of the evidence of the first wine in ancient Egypt. It has the first evidence of hieroglyphs on ivory tags, labeling all of these artifacts and where they are coming from. Oh, and look what I said. This is possibly the tomb of Scorpion the First, which does mean that there are more than one. Yeah, everybody knows that the Polynesian king himself is the Scorpion King. There's another cemetery called Cemetery B, and this is a first dynasty cemetery with several burials of kings from that period, as well as the last 2 kings of the second dynasty. Okay, so yeah, that's what this is. So Cemetery U is here, and Cemetery B is here. So this has Narmer, Jer, Jet, Merneith, Den, Aneb, Anej, Ib, Sermen, Ket, Ka'a, Kasa Kemwe, I missed one, Hora, Irihor. Yeah, a lot. And Merneith, I will mention, is a female pharaoh. She's awesome. Most of these second dynasty kings, so most of the actual second dynasty kings are buried in Saqqara, but the last 2, Perib, Sen, and Kasa Kemwe, are buried here in Cemetery B. So the site itself was heavily used throughout the Pharaonic period, with activity from the 10th dynasty to the 11th dynasty. And then obviously in the New Kingdom, they start building these big temples, but it was mostly seen as a religious site because Abydos was really associated with the the burial place of Osiris. And so they use it more as a religious site, and they kind of stop using it as an actual cemetery, because it's not too far from Thebes at that point. It's about, actually it's a little far. It's about 3 hours north of Thebes. But this place is awesome. Like, we drove through these desert roads when we drove up to Abydos. And it is just, the landscape is terrifyingly cool. And then you also, but the problem is that to get to the Abydos temple, you have to go so slowly through the modern little village, and the road is genuinely horrible. And it was very interesting to see like village life, but I was like, oh my god, how did we go? It took us probably an hour just to go down that road, which was crazy. But that is where we are gonna end, my folks. Thank you for voting for this topic. It was really fun, as always, to go through the Egyptian Monuments website and figuring out what tombs are open, what areas are open and closed. I definitely learned about some of the more sites that are not as popular for tourists to go and see, and which ones are actually actively open to the public. Bye.